Hey there, travelers. Kai, proudly radical. You know the deal. Got the door open and one of my headphones out because I have to listen because I've got a package coming. Should be here sometime. Sometime fairly shortly, within the next half hour, maybe less. But I put a note on the door for them to give me a yell. So I can know that when it's here, because if I don't answer the door, they don't leave the package. Yeah. Hey Cassidy, hey Boss, hey Wither, hey Meat, hey RV, hey Duffy. It's difficult to see. Yeah, you can't really see it. I fucking dropped my Apple Pencil. Hey Estrella, literally just thump right on concrete. So the tip is completely fucked. So yeah, I got some more coming in. Luckily we have an Apple store that'll deliver same day to me. They'll just run it over for us. Not a big deal. So yeah, but yeah, I was out listening to a piece while reading a piece while taking notes. They were the same thing. The document was being audibly read, and I was following through and highlighting and taking notes on and that sort of thing. But yeah, I dropped the pencil right on the fucking concrete. It just fucking right on the tip. So yeah, that's a whole fucking thing. So how is everyone's Friday going? Yes, it's like a Wacom pen. Yeah. It's got to go to work in an hour. Oof. Dual streaming is going to be difficult when it boils down. This is my home and will be a priority. Thank you, Ace. Yeah, it's got, you know, a bunch of features, like you can tap it and like double tap it and tap it and stuff that, you know, functions built into it, touch like a capacitive touch sensor here, and it's got force and tilt and all that sort of stuff built into it. So yeah, it's very much like a Wacom pen. So pretty fucking shit. Got Thai food though. Hey, premarital. Work in an hour. Duffy, where are you? Where are you in the world that you're like, either you've got the night shift, or yeah. Roads cleared up enough so I could finally go buy some water. Oof, Jesus. Ontario, Canada, shift work life. Lovely. Well, good luck with that. That's a bitch. I was, you know, functionally graveyard for most of my IT career. So I feel your pain. Of course, it wasn't really pain for me. I much preferred that. But I was working for myself for most of it. So, yeah, that's a whole other ball game. Gotta take those last 10 years off my life. No diaper years at the end of my existence. Hey, Cappy. Remember what Cappy says. Do no harm, but take no cap. Oh. Yeah, so I spent the day, I sort of took the day off from Bellamar. His writing style is very tiresome on the psyche. It's highly technical and academic. So it does get wearing on you. And I spent the day basically doing the research for the next piece on post-anarchism. Yeah, because, I mean, that's twice now I've been asked about it in a short amount of time, and I've been meaning to do a piece on it anyway. So, yeah, I spent the day with, like, McQuinn and Ferrick and Black, all of who are, you know, modern, like, still alive anarchist writers who have spoken extensively to one degree or another about post-left anarchism. Sorry, didn't mean post-anarchy, but post-left anarchy. And so, yeah, I spent the day fucking going through their work. Bob Black's Anarchy, was it, oh God, what is it? Hang on. It's, give me one sec. I was just there, and I can't believe I'm forgetting the title. Yeah, Anarchy After Leftism. Anarchy After Leftism by Bob Black. Look it up on Amazon. See what a copy goes for. If you're not interested in doing it yourself, I'll tell you what. I'll give you 10 seconds to start that search for yourself. And so, yeah, Anarchy After Leftism by Bob Black on Amazon. And then for those that don't want to do it themselves, I will put it on screen. $1,002. Yeah. Bob's still alive with her. Yeah, the artist always makes more when they're dead. Yeah, Bob's still alive. It's out of print, Estrella. It's considered a rare book at this point. It qualifies for rare book status. And it's out of print. So, yeah, priced right through the roof. Because someone's going to pay, that's why. That's one way to pay for his children's tuition. Actually, the seller isn't even Bob. It's not even the publisher. It's literally a rare books seller on Amazon who has that listing. Yeah. So I wanted a copy for the collection, but I was like, I'm never paying $1,000 for a copy of a book. That's not happening. So yeah, I'll figure something else out. I mean, I already have the digital copy. It's not like I'm, you know, I don't have access to the content, but I like the physical copy. I like to add it to the collection and that sort of thing. I like to be able to tab it and highlight it and, you know, that sort of stuff. So yeah, no, there isn't enough demand to reprint. So it's just out of print and it's $1,000 for a copy. So yeah. But yeah, I was, you know, going through that sort of stuff today. Yeah, Jarek and fucking Black and McQuinn are some of the primary writers on post-left anarchism. So yeah, that's sort of what I spent my day doing. Tried buying a book on tarot once. I keep fucking expecting it to be there. It's on that side. Tried buying a book on tarot once, and it was $200 too much. Oof. Books for the book hoard. Books for the book hoard. Exactly. Yeah, I would like to have it in the collection, but never at that cost. That's just insane. I even considered like reaching out to Bob and seeing if I could get a copy for cheaper than $1,000. Yeah. Oh yeah, super easy, RV. Super easy. Hey, some sense. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's contractual with the publisher. It's one of those issues. Yeah, RV, I've already got the digital copy. Like, that's not a big deal. I mean, but like I said, I like the physical copy. Oh, I should turn the light on for them too. Hang on. Oh, and if you want my summation after a day of sitting down and actually putting my nose to the grindstone, I would argue that I'm already largely a post-left anarchist. That what we advocate for on this channel adheres to many of the tenets and critiques that the sort of post-left anarchist community has levied. Post-left anarchism isn't necessarily like a non-leftist version of anarchism. What it is an attempt at critique. I see you, J. Miles. It's an attempt at internalized critique that, you know, this sort of methodology should be applied ruthlessly. And that even if you have for long periods of time, you know, found bedfellows and found compatriots with particular groups, that given the failings both organizationally, both constructively, and both historically of a variety of the what would be considered leftists, in sort of the mid-90s to early 2000s, there was this contingent of anarchists that came to be that said it is time to sit down and have a grown-up talk about some of the failings and restrictions of leftist ideologies and leftist methodologies and organizational structures and the limitations therein. And so, yeah, it's about that sort of, it's about re-embracing the principles of anarchism. All right. So, Miles, what are my thoughts on celebrities hooking up with their fans? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about celebrities. I don't give a shit about them hooking up with their fans. I've heard talk about it every now and then. Some say it's because because of the power imbalance, but I kind of think it's a greater attraction. For example, if somebody was a lawyer or a hedge fund manager, that would have a certain level of attraction. Or a soccer player of an NBA, it would be, I honestly, I mean, as long as they're not like raping them and everybody is giving enthusiastic consent here, it's none of my business. I don't have any opinions on the matter. This pleases Sterner. Yeah, so self-publish if you want to control your works, darlings. Yeah. So sorry to like disappoint you, Miles. But yeah, that is sort of my line of thinking on that. I literally don't care about the cult of celebrity and shit like that. Hey, Enclave, ban evasion is grounds for further bans. Yeah. I see that you literally just rotated the number on your username and then created a new account 2 hours ago for it. Yeah. If you had sent a message to one of the mods and you made an appeal to get unbanned, we would entertain that by all means. But doing an end run on ban evasion, attempting ban evasion, yeah, that's an instant ban. Like, what did you think was going to happen? Oh, Jesus, devil. I think I hear a car in the cul-de-sac. Give me 1 second. Thanks, man. Keep going. All right. Hey, Wins. Thank you for the resub. And fucking devil. It's been rough for all the grifters on Twitch since Trump left office. Hey, you know. Oh, Estrella. Yeah. I hope I'm doing a good job. All right. Yeah. I could hear the delivery guy coughing like a motherfucker as soon as he got out of his car. I wasn't getting anywhere near that. Hence to just put it by the light and leave it. I can still hear him coughing. Yeah. Like, no. I'm not getting anywhere near that shit. Yeah. It's my favorite VTuber. Yeah, we'll give that a few minutes. Yeah, exactly. Yikes. Like, +1 perception. You've been playing Fallout. So be careful, I might break a rib. Yeah, I stopped by your stream actually. You were offloading a whole bunch of gear at that time. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right, there we go. Well, that's done at least. Now I don't have to worry about that. Gray shirt of advanced hearing. Oof. Vape Nation. Oh, what's going on in show content? Oh, fucking A. All right. Let's see. We open the original. It's gonna get dumped in. Let's see. Copy image. Thank you. Hang on. Thank you, Devil. All right. Art gallery. Upload. There we go. In the art gallery now. Thank you, Devil. Oh, fucking Lens. Yeah, why they, because fucking, Lens, are you US based? Is that some of that, fucking opiate, you know, fear-mongering bullshit? Yeah, fuck your doctors. That's fucking rough. Video gaming is for reactionaries. It's going in one way or the other. Sorry. Whether the artist approves or not. North Carolina, lovely red state, no Medicaid expansion, but I'm regularly on opioids for my arthritis and fibro. Oh, well. Do you have anything left over? Yeah, of course the opioid epidemic is a scam and doesn't actually address any of the addiction causes. Welcome to America. Absolutely stabbed the fuck out of my hand today with a screwdriver. Like, yeah. Oh, shit. I didn't tell y'all. Okay, so apropos of this, I was at my folks' house replacing an outlet. Basically, there was an outlet in their garage that kept coming, the wire, basically the mounting point for the wire on the back kept coming loose. So the wire was shorting in behind the socket, which could definitely be a fire hazard. So I replaced the outlet wholesale, right? But the other 3 wire mount points, the retention device, one of them failed open, the other 3 failed closed. So I literally had to break the device apart to get the other wires out of the outlet. In that process of remounting those wires, I ended up like holding it and tension on the screwdriver and just slipped right into my hand. All right. So that's the outlet story. So while I'm over there I walk by the kitchen, kitchen table, like the nook off of the kitchen. Walk by the table and I look down and what do I see on the kitchen table? Holy shit. The Epoch Times. My stepfather, or Epic Times, but I mean the word is Epoch, but it's pronounced Epic from what I understand at the newspaper. A copy of the fucking Epoch Times. My stepfather had brought it in, like he had gotten it free because they give that shit away for free as part of their fucking like campaign to brainwash the world. And fucking he apparently grabbed it and had been reading it. And I was immediately like, I grabbed it like this and immediately started chastising. I'm like, this shit is an actual real fucking cult. Like, take your shit and put you on a compound to work cult. well, I just got it was free, and I got it to read because it had the American flag on the front, and it had some Republican conservative bullshit article right on the front of it. So it immediately appealed to him. He fucking honed right in on it, and fucking, you know, I was like, holy shit. So I took it and trashed it. Like, I got rid of it so he couldn't fucking actually use it or read it. I was like, holy fuck. That's all we need out of that dumbass. All right, what are Cat and Mitre doing? Oh God. He was Mitre. He was on Discord today. He was playing GTA 5. I noticed. Oh, Linz, my tincture, I have a 20-to-1 CBD to THC tincture that I use. Very rarely, but I do occasionally use it. It does a fucking number. So, yeah. Oh, was it really? All right. I'll work on... can you unban him from the... you know what? Hang on. Where's the... I got him. If I spell unban correctly, that is. His alt is unbanned. Dopamine machine go burr. Hand hurts though. I cleaned it out. I fucking, you know, put antibiotic ointment on it and stuff like that. But I mean, yeah, I fucking stabbed the shit out of my hand. Do you really catch an IP ban on his alt? Interesting. Oh yeah. If you catch an IP ban, it's a shadow ban. Even my mom, who's a centrist doctor and researcher, makes so much fun of that shit. Someone tried to give her one, and she brought it home to read the stories to me. Yeah. By fucking up big time, usually, Estrella. That's usually how somebody catches an IP ban. How the fuck did that just restart? Weird. Yeah, note for chat. Enclave, not a good name. There we go. All right, cool. Fun fact, I'm an anti-dopamine machine. It's called ADHD and it's contagious, so watch out. Straya, so you're one to blame. Jesus Christ, who saw that shit that got posted? Wither posted it earlier today. What is it? HR 127, that the Sebeka Chic Firearm Licensing and Registration Act, that was put up by Sheila Jackson Lee, Democrat out of Texas. Holy fuckballs, was that bad legislation. Jesus goddamn Christ, was that a just horrible piece of anti-firearm legislation. Like, fine, if you want to regulate it a little more, but Jesus Christ, it was just a nightmare of a bill. Fucking... The entire database is to be made public-facing and shared with the entirety of the world. It requires specific insurance, so of course, you know, that immediately becomes classist because you can't, you know, if you can't afford the insurance, then you're not allowed to own a firearm or purchase ammunition. And since wealth is traditionally tied to race in this country, it automatically becomes racist as a result. It's got provisions for exclusion of ownership for anybody who's been nabbed under the Controlled Substances Act. So there's your fucking drug war tie-in right there. And it even had, it forbade anybody from who ever attempted suicide or had a psych eval that thought they may pose a danger to themselves, as well as bars ownership by anyone who has a chronic mental illness, disturbance, or brain disease. And so if you have ADHD, no gun ownership for you. On spectrum, even slightly? Nope. Fucking depressive period in your teens? Nada. No bang bang for you. Yeah, so ableist, racist, classist, fucking drug war, privacy eroding piece of fucking legislation. It is a shit bill if there ever was. Yeah, HR 127 by Sheila Jackson Lee. It is god-awful legislation if there ever was. Yeah, and you like literally it talks about, yeah, teach guns. Do it young too, by the way. Yeah, they, it even it's even got provisions for licensing ammunition purchases. It's a nightmare of a bill. And again, all of this and all of this furthers the police state. It further erodes privacy, further, just wages further class warfare, proves that gun legislation and gun regulations are racist. Yeah, it was a hell of a read, let's just put it that way. Yeah, it was a good find with her. Definitely a good find. Thanks for posting that. Oh, and did you see fucking Colorado's Lauren Boebert or whatever the fuck, however you say her last name, the stupid ass shit she was saying on Twitter? Holy fuck. You know, protecting and defending the Constitution doesn't mean you're trying to rewrite the parts you don't like. Amendments? Like, I mean, I'm not even a constitutionalist. I'm not even, like, but holy fuck, talk about not understanding the process. Right? Like, you got elected to goddamn Congress, and you don't even understand that the Constitution can be amended. Fuck me. Talk about not sending your best and brightest. What level of education does this woman have? I don't want to be, like, you know, fucking classicist here or anything like that, but Jesus, I mean, did she go to middle school? Yeah, I didn't even check the, oh, I see it now. Fucking devil. Cave, sorry. I just looked. Hello, cat boy. No worries, Cave. All doctors are CIA agents. Medical school, more like CIA training school. Exactly. So a map got posted. Oh yeah, Catboy is our official Catboy. She only got her GED right before being elected. There it is. There it is. So there's a subreddit called map porn, and somebody posted a map today that I was actually rather impressed with. This is a map of Syria, and they literally the yellow portion is Rojava. They literally peeled it off, and they iterated out their segments and the contested portions. I was impressed that these are not leftists, these are not anarchists making this sort of stuff, doing these sorts of things. These are just fucking people who are really into maps, and they included Rojava in the Syrian map. I was like, rock the fuck on. It's nice to see. Let's see. Oof. Plumbers are more qualified. And as far as bodily autonomy goes, anybody seen the Tennessee abortion legislation now? No, Rojava is Syria. SB 0494. It's passed committee. Basically, it would allow for the alleged father of an unborn child to file a court injunction and prevent the mother from getting an abortion and forcing her to take it to term. Again, alleged father. Not even a tested DNA proven father. Not the actual father. Just some dude who says, I may be the father. Oh, you mean about the rapper who spoke ill of the monarch? We talked about it yesterday and the day before. Catboy, sorry, because I have a mod that I call Cat. Yeah, we talked about it. If those are the protests that you're iterating out. Good luck. They're hours and hours long. Yesterday, it was just a quick mention of it. The day before, we talked about it, like some of the numbers from the protests and stuff like that. The fact that there were thousands of people and some of what he said. Yeah. But yeah. So Tennessee just trying to pass legislation that turns women into human incubators. Always a really nice thing to see, especially from an anarchist point of view. Autonomy, individuals, the individual autonomy that should be granted and afforded every single human being on this planet. Hey, yeah, except I think you might be having my baby, whether I can prove it or not. You don't get to have an abortion. You're now a brood mare for the state. Congratulations. Yeah. It is. It is fucked up. And on that note, like, oh, here's this fucking song again. Where is it? There we go. There we go. Filed firmly under holy shit, they have their stuff. They've got their shit together better than we do. Malaysia is officially doing no more prison, only rehab for drug abusers and addicts under a new law. Okay, Malaysia. One of those countries that used to really crack down hard on drug traffickers and drug users and drug dealers. Well, now abusers and addicts, it's the Drug and Substance Abuse Act, replaces the Drug Dependence Treatment and Rehabilitation Act of 1983, which didn't do any of that. Basically, prison sentences will be transformed into rehabilitation and treatment programs, and they're hoping to remove the stigma that the users carry in society. They're going to facilitate. They're also going. They've got provisions to facilitate their reintegration into the community, giving them another chance. No, I just deleted it because I fucking skipped the song. Yeah, Malaysia got fucking rehab before America did. Yeah, Portugal did this. They did it with heroin, but they also expanded it to other drugs later on. Yeah, now for Indonesia. Yeah, good luck with that one. Dude, they're fucking brutal. But hey. Yeah, I was massively impressed that they pulled it off. Did the music bot say the N-word? Yes, 100%. Hey, fucking congratulations. Fucking. That's fucking badass, Cassidy. I'm so happy. Yeah. Oh, can I ask what type of cancer? What type of cancer's ass did your partner kick? And rock the fuck on. Oh, it predates Reagan. Reagan, don't worry, has his fair share. But yeah, it predates Reagan by a solid nick. Catboy. You're gonna have to go back all the way to like Ann Singer's era, as well as you're going to have to address, Nixon knowingly using it as a weapon against hippies and black people. It's a whole fucking thing. Thyroid cancer. Rock the fuck on. Did they take out your partner's thyroid? Just wholesale? But congratulations. Oh, me try. Rock the fuck on. How does Troy say? Ah, got it. I've heard mention of that actually. Oof. Whole thing including a softball and golf ball sized mass. Any chemo to boot? Yeah, I've heard mention of the Mongolian Nazi thing, cave dweller. I've never looked into it, but I've heard mention of it. Not based around fucking, what was that dude's full name? It's Roman von Ungern Sternberg. Yeah. Interesting. If you could, Eastern Europe has a Nazi problem in general. If you could implement just one policy worldwide, whatever you want, what it would be, I wouldn't, Catboy. It would violate all of my anarchist principles to do that. That's dictatorial. That's that's dictatorial and authoritarian. Yeah, that completely removes the right to individual autonomy. I couldn't do it. Radiation. Cool. Europe developed Nazi Stockholm Syndrome. But it's your decision to make, Estrella. It's what anarchists want, but it's not our decision to make for you. That's the problem with that. Suggestion. Yeah, use your imperial edict to enforce anarchy. Exactly. Like this is the thing. It's yours to choose. I can't do it for you. And forcing you to choose anarchism violates everything. Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about, Kat. Oh. Hey guys, who wants to do an anarchy? Oh. Yeah. What am I missing here? Either way, again, Cassidy, fucking mad congratulations to your partner. I'm glad that they got that behind them. That's a good thing. That's a weight off, you know, both your shoulders. Who wants to anarch with me? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I wear more book-chin okay one than true anarchy, so I might go for it. Well, I mean, there is no true purity testing anarchism is bad fucking mojo. But I mean, Bookchin is just a different. He's, you know, he's social anarchism as opposed to individual anarchism. Oh, no, when did I wake up? No. That is fair. That is fair, Cave. Oh, premarital. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I just can't, you know, there is no way to do that. Yeah. Oh. Man. There it is. No, it's under productivity, right? Yeah, it's under productivity. And then that one. All right. No prims, no cat. There's only 3 rows to follow if you want to join the Anarchist Club. No prims. Oh god, the fucking prims. Unfortunately, unlike the capitalists, we can't actually exclude the primitivists based on like intellectual grounds, right? Like we have to use some level of critique. I mean, you know, we exclude them because they're genocidal maniacs, but they actually do operate under anarchistic principles more often than not. Well, at least the anarcho-prims do. So we can't exclude them like the capitalists. The capitalists are an easy bag. Fucking, they're already hierarchical. They're already authoritarian. They're already coercive. Like, you're not an anarchist. The prims, unfortunately, we have to hit with like, hey, you're a genocidal fucking nut job. And you know, we want nothing to do with you, you crazy fuck. And then 3 gay orgies every Monday at 7. Sure, Cave. Feel free. Oh, Jesus. This isn't Cave. This isn't persuasive at all. I'm just looking at it now. The only chance we have to survive what's coming in the next few years is to tear down every factory, close every port, and slice up every road until civilization is in ruins. This is genocidal mania. This is a genocidal maniac who wrote this. It's that simple. This isn't persuasive in the least. This just reaffirms exactly what I already think of Prims. Well, I mean, his critiques of potentially communism may hold merit. Or I shouldn't say he. Who wrote this? By Zeke. Okay, so them. Their critique of communism becoming authoritarian, you know, and how it may become its authority forming is, you know, definitely, you know, with merit. But then you hit a section, seize the means of destruction and fucking burn it to the ground. Like, are you shitting me? This guy's fucking nuts. Prims are crazy as shit. They're crazy. It rhymes. Cat doesn't necessarily have to rely on you for food, to be perfectly honest. They're fucking they're little mini apex predators that we artificially introduce into ecosystems. Can totally do damage. You brain too much, Kai Grug. Yeah, primitivism is stupidly ableist. It's genocidal. I don't have cats, so I don't need to stop feeding them. I don't have pets. Communism is very bad. So, job done. Cool. I'll be moving on from that bullshit straw man argument. Let's see. My thoughts were more or less reasonable, persuasive critique that ends in, so let's end humanity. Yeah, exactly, Cassidy. Oh, Devil, it is rife with problems. It is rife with contradictions, and it's absolutely batshit insane as an ideology. Hey, AW. I admit I was an ANPRIM early in my discovery of anarchism, and then I started actually listening to disabled people. Yeah, what a concept. Yeah, primitivism is horrific. Catboy, primitivism is return to monkey. It really is. It's anti-civilization. Like I just said from that article that Cave posted, primitivists are about literally rolling back the clock to save the ecosystem. Right? No factories, no roads, no civilization, no society. Like, let's just return to monkey. It's fucking... It's absolutely genocidal. Anybody with a physical disability, anybody who's reliant upon medications or modern medicine, is immediately going to be killed under the system that they advocate for. So it is a call for genocide. Exactly, Cassidy. And you can curtail your energy output without doing the entire thing. You can curtail the ecological harm without tearing down modern medicine. You can curtail the damage we are doing to the planet without literally tearing up the roads, which is what primitivists advocate for. So, no. You can strap capitalism to the floor as a stopgap methodology, though I would advocate that wholesale replacement is probably in call for. So if you can't curtail enough to keep current living standards, do you think you could curtail it enough to return to to implement an anti-civilization methodology? You think you're going to get people to give up modern medicine and roads? Right? Like that's what you think is that's the workable solution? Like, hey, let's just get rid of the roads and antibiotics and antivirals and insulin. Let's just get rid of all that shit. This is the solution. Fucking, you're either horribly sociopathic. Hey, Cool Guy Canada, thank you for the follow. You're either horribly sociopathic, or you just don't give a shit. Like, hey, a prim. Yeah, well, good luck with that. I wish you luck in wishing genocide upon all of the disabled people and sick people of this globe. I wish you luck in... I didn't say you were an anprim, you're a prim. Oh, you mean a neo-feudalist. Because there is no such thing as anarcho-capitalism. Doesn't exist. Not a thing. It's literally a bad faith, inorganic linguistic attempt at linguistic cover because you don't want to own your own shitty position. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy or horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms in a society where they may lie. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, inherently authoritarian, inherently coercive, and inherently exploitative. These are two antithetical concepts. You cannot have anarchism and capitalism in the same umbrella term. So just own your shitty Randian objectivist position and stop trying to co-opt a term that you're misusing and abusing. There you go. Let's see. I mean, yeah, it's Devil Boy, like Rye is correct. Yeah, I know, right? They actually stole W. If you look back to the history of that euphemism treadmill, what happened is they took liberal first. Then they took libertarian because they were unhappy with who was identifying as liberal. Then they moved on from that. Yeah, And I mean, it's literally in the political science historical record as to the first essayists who used it and why they used it and the motivation therein. Yeah, and Rye is correct on that, Devil. The majority of the antibiotics biotics are coming from the food supply, not the medical field. No, ANCAPs don't own the NAP. The NAP exists long before them. It's like a libertarian defining point, but you know, it's born of like classical liberalism. It's been around for quite some time. The NAP would, you know, like earliest mention, you could probably say like Thomas Jefferson, but it's been used by a bunch of fucking jackasses like Ayn Rand and Rothbard. So yeah, the ANCAPs definitely glommed onto the NAP, but fundamentally it predates them by quite a bit. Hey, Viva. You missed an ANCAP who's advocating for primitivism, actively in chat right now. So we got a neo-feudalist who wants to return to Monka. Fucking woo! Viva, good luck. I mean, somebody who self-identifies as an ANCAP without understanding what anarchism and capitalism, or the inherent contradictions within anarchism and capitalism, definitely is somebody I could see identifying as, you know, or advocating for primitivist style methodologies. Yeah, I can't wait to be a space surf under Poppy Musk. Line, yes, it is essentially that. That's a gross oversimplification, but I understand that you understand that that's what you're shooting for. So yeah, that's fair. If you're shooting for gross oversimplification of the NAP, that is accurate. Don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you. That works. Viva, that's the holy trinity of being wrong. You self-identified as an ANCAP. Come on. It's not a thing. Despite people trying to make it a thing, you can try and make something a thing, but it doesn't mean it is actually a thing. They are antithetical to one another. And any actual anarchistic circles that you run in, be it theory or actual practice in the streets, and you talk, you know, capitalism versus anarchism, they're all going to be on the side of, no, that doesn't work. I mean, even from somebody who's full of compromises, like Noam Chomsky, will talk shit about somebody who identifies as anarcho-capitalist. It's a misnomer. It's created by somebody who doesn't understand political science and theory and praxis. Estrella, that account was created 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago. Just for context, Estrella. Chipped is not, Kat, and I mean, that's the thing. I'm sorry, Kat, you're young and inexperienced, and you've never actually, you know, had that experience, but the fact of the matter is, you know, get out of the online anarchist spaces and find out for yourself. After COVID, you will. I'm going to push you into those circles. But the fact of the matter is in reality, there's very little theory argument that happens within anarchist spaces. It's not a thing. The theory happens outside the activity spaces. Fuck around and find out. Exactly, premarital. All right, so let me scroll back. Okay, so I feel like an Amprim would just be an ashamed Posadist. Interesting. That's the fact that those synapses fired for you, Rhyme. What would be the more detailed lib-left version of NAP? Because I don't trust lib-rights for shit. That's fair. There would be socially accepted sets of behavior that would be defined by the free associations of autonomous individuals within a community. Those bounds of socially acceptable behavior would become the normative state for what would be considered a transgression of the aggression principle, right? So the non-aggression principle, if you transgress that into an aggressive state, then the non-aggression principle would take form line. And so once those normative bounds of that free associated autonomous communal group are crossed, then the individual and the collective have the right to defend themselves, depending on the scale and scope of the violation of that non-aggression principle. This would be the lib-left version of that. Hey, Rob. We literally said why ANCAP is an oxymoron. You just failed to listen. Oh, an account created 8 minutes ago. Yeah, I'll definitely trust that. Communism is very bad. Can you define oxymoron for me, please? Feel free to use Google. Use Webster's. Use Merriam-Webster. Use Lexico, which is Oxford English. No, communism isn't technically happening at the moment, Rob. Communism requires a classless, stateless society, right? Where the workers own and control the means of production. Explain to me, please, where that's happening. A fool who sells you OxyContin. Line. In fact, it's not, unfortunately. Or dictionary.com. Just take your pick. What does oxymoron mean? Communism. Come on. Chat's going to hold you to that. They're not going to let you pivot. In the US, Rob? If you're talking about the U.S., okay, we would be something along the lines of a totalitarian technocratic oligarchy, something, you know, something in that in those alignments. I know Princeton's political science department goes with formal oligarchy for defining the U.S. political state these days, but I would also add like the, you know, totalitarian and technocratic nature of it. For a more flushed out definitional set. So, you know, technocratic, totalitarian, oligarchical capitalism. You know, you could shorten it and tighten it up to something like neoliberal hypercapitalism, probably. Yeah. Oh, good luck, AJ. Well, you feel free. Oh, premarital. I'm still, you know, I wouldn't take communism as very bad, very seriously, given it's literally a troll account created 30 minutes ago. I'll use it to espouse theory and to talk, you know, definitional sets and why and caps are fucking dumb as sticks. Yeah. Do you think I'm taking things a little far when I say, oh, yeah, I gotta, sorry, Rob, that's gotta go. And fair warning, Rob, fair warning. You know, it's TOS. What did you post in show suggestions, Catboy? All right, that's a thing. Did you mean to put that in shared content, Catboy? It's fair. It's fair. Thank you, Wither. Love you too. Thank you for the follow, Rob. So why the brand new account, Rob? I have to ask. I mean, the account is 15 minutes old. I have to ask. Why the brand new account? Everybody has a brand new account at some moment in time. But you have to understand, in this sort of politically charged channel, we're highly suspicious of brand new accounts and that sort of thing. So, hey, Astamite, how are you? Marxism is responsible for more deaths of anarchists than fascists are. Marxism kicked off a process of activity that led to far more deaths of anarchists than fascists ever have contributed. And anarchists who are steeped in the history and the theory know this. That it is an admirable goal to attempt to rectify that, but the fact of the matter remains is there's some history. Oh, no offense, Rob, but we're super suspicious of BitChute. Like, that's Nazi haven like a motherfucker. Like, they got some serious white supremacy shit going on in BitChute. I welcome you in good faith, you know, but yeah, BitChute is fucking dumpster fire. Hey, Squid. I love how one of my roommates will unironically argue for monarchism. Jesus Christ. And I have no idea how to respond to this other than, are you fucking stupid? I mean, Jesus Christ. That's a hell of a thing, Sean. That's a hell of a thing. I've met a couple of monarchists through my podcasting and my streaming. I've had a couple over the ages now. But usually it's more explaining to conservatives how, you know, the roots of modern conservatism find their origin point in Burkean philosophy, and Burkean philosophy is nothing more than an argument for, you know, maintaining the monarchy in France. And so, holy shit, yeah, that's a whole thing. What makes me not like that kind of content, Rob? Because I'm not a racist or a bigot? That's some super sus shit. Wait, didn't we unite anarchism and monarchism? Yeah, but I'm not going to hang out with them. Rob, like, I'm not going to censor them, but I'm not going to hang out with them. Right? Like, I'd rather not even have to see it, quite frankly. Tolerant weirdo. Yeah, that is true, Kat. It's always about the Jews at the end of the day too, which just gets super boring. Like that's the whole shtick, quite frankly. How do you differentiate? You don't. See First International, the argument between Bakunin and Marx, and Bakunin argues that the inevitability of any communist endeavor is going to end up in an authoritarian regime. This is one of the fundamental anarchistic critiques of the communistic process without heavily modifying it to start with. If you engage in socialism with an eye towards communism, then what you inevitably end up in is an authoritarian regime. You end up with hierarchies, in-groups, out-groups, chauvinism. This is fundamental. This is why the anarchists were kicked out of the First International, is because Bakunin refused to let this point lie. He went right to Marx with it, and that this is what it will end up in. This is how this process will see its conclusion through. And if you follow it through, historically, Bakunin was correct and Marx was incorrect. Marx thought that you could keep the reins on, and you can't. Nobody's done it yet. Like, every single time, it ends up devolving or evolving, if you want to consider it that. So, yeah, that's the critique, the anarchist critique of it. Oh, I have no idea, Squid. It is the weirdest thing. Honestly, like, they're very rare. They're super rare. Marx bad? I mean, Marx's critiques of capitalism are on point. Like, that's the thing. If it's fine, Rob. That's the thing, is if you read and you follow like Marxian critiques of capitalism, they're highly accurate. They're insanely accurate. Utilizing Marx as a methodology and a lens of analysis for capitalism, super worthwhile. But utilizing Marxism as a foundational principle for setting up a new society without heavily modifying it, utilizing an anti-authoritarian methodology such as anarchism, is a recipe for disaster. And we have the historic and contemporary examples to prove that one. Just the truth. Hey, Rosa. Oh, Jesus Christ. Contact just shifted on me. Hang on. All right, there we go. Oh, it's been it's been an interesting night. Let's just put it that way, Rosa. Fucking hand craps, primitivists, all sorts of bullshit. Like it's been weird. Again, a take where Juche's head would explode and he's not here. Juche puts up with this shit on my channel. Honestly, Viva, like Juche misbehaves on other people's channels. Juche behaves here. I'm quite proud of Juche for controlling. How do you plan to get capital from the rich? Do you mean capital or capitalism? Capital, you utilize education of the individual, the autonomous individuals within society. Anarchism principally is founded upon the idea of education of the individual. This is what anarchism is about at its very core, is that instructing individuals and alleviating the poverty of philosophy that's been thrust upon them. ANCAP isn't a thing. Again, it's not a thing. You can keep saying that word, but it's not a thing. You're adorable in your insistence that somehow antithetical principles can somehow be married to one another. Cat, that may be it. And yeah, like I would like to think that maybe that's what the differentiation for me and a few others. There's a couple of others that Juche behaves for, and they are usually ideologically consistent. That seems to be a sticking point for Juche. Interesting. I'll have to read about that. Yes, Rosa. And we're literally referring to a specific individual as well. Rob, yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. Tell you what, Rob, I'm going to put a link in chat for you. It's my alpha version of my cheat sheet off of my website. There's some anarchistic principles such as various anarchist societies and definitions and, organizing methodologies such as consensus decision-making contained within that cheat sheet. So look for that link. It's cs.kaisthings.com, Rob. That will get you off to the races. Also, if you want like anarcho-syndicalism, there's a link, Rob, in chat to my ANSYN article. And let's see, what else would be good? Tent poles would probably be good for, oh, Jesus Christ. It's got to be a command, Kai. Tent poles is pretty good for, the 3 tent poles of American oppression. And so, yeah, those are good starting places. And if you want any actual texts on anarchism, I can make that happen. Come on by another show and I can give you book recommendations and stuff like that. I say, is there anything else? Colspio may be good. We'll see. You're welcome, Rob. Here to educate. Here to serve as a friendly face for anarchism. Except capitalism isn't anti-authoritarian. It's inherently authoritarian. I'm going to call you CIVB. CIVB. Capitalism is inherently authoritarian. He who controls more has the power of authority, right? Like if I have the power to literally form a private mercenary army and buy up all of the land in and around your town, buy the mineral rights, the water rights in and around you, I am the de facto feudal lord for your region, right? You have no choice but to serve me at that point. Like, read your own history. Read your own history. Company towns, right? This is what you're advocating for. Capitalism is inherently authoritarian. You're assuming one person can beat 100,000 people in a society. I'm assuming nothing. It's already been done. Feudalism proves this out. Capitalism proves this out. Everybody has a price. Yes, the argument of, but pure capitalism hasn't been tried. Laissez-faire capitalism has been tried. Laissez-faire capitalism leads to regulatory capture. Regulatory capture leads to government corruption. Government corruption leads to a feedback loop, feeding resources directly back to those capitalist interests. This is the fact of the matter. It's been tried. And it's been found wanting. Oh, nice. Rock on. Serious? Rock the fuck on. Yes, it is problematic, but Rob, I also like the idea of using the very, like, it's like walking into Walmart and talking about unionization, right? Like, let's go on Twitch, which is owned by Amazon and Bezos, right? And talk shit about them, right? Like, it's like walking into their own house talking mad shit about them. I like the aesthetics of it to a certain extent. Yeah. Like, shit. Yeah. By the way, and a majority of their technology is built on open source technology, which is just communism for IT. So there's that to boot as well. Yeah, Google. Someone that gets rich in Ancapistan will be providing pure value. One, you don't understand the definitional set of value in an economic system based on that statement alone. But two, no. No, that's not how capitalism works. You do realize that in a company town, the company becomes a de facto system of governance, right? Like, you're just eliminating a step for oppression. You're saying that, like, hey, this extra step that capitalists have to take to oppress people, yeah, let's remove that extra step and just make it streamlined. Viva. And Kapistan ignores Shakira law. Load 16 tons. What do you get? Rob, fair enough. Amazon technically is a country, for fuck's sake. I heard leftists say billionaire oligarchs like Bezos and Gates and their green-friendly capitalism are liberal communists. Whew. That was a whole fucking thing that I just had to take on board. Thank you for the host, Rob. That was a whole fucking thing I had to take on board there, Rosa. Jesus Christ. Another day older and deeper in debt. What if Ancapistan is Amazon owning the Amazons? Yeah, that was, dude. I kind of like need to shake that off, Rosa. Ooh. Yeah, it's an oxymoron, like anarcho-capitalism. Oh, and don't forget that Amazon, like Microsoft, like all of Elon Musk's ventures, like Buffett's ventures, are all built on generational wealth to start with. That's a thing, too. Yeah. Ew, I feel dirty, Rosa. Progressive liberal democracies of governments that actually do a good job of preventing a plethora of potential exploitations. There's so many and are so blind to the abuses the government is protecting them from. Oh, yeah. Mitra, again, the jungle. Like, I forget who's been, I think it was Estrella that was hammering that point that, like, read the fucking jungle. Rob, what would you say your worldviews are like? Do you follow the left-right paradigm? I don't. Do I follow the left-right paradigm? No, I don't follow ideologies or, paradigms like that, but they are useful tools. I don't issue tools just because some misuse them, right? Like, just because somebody fucking hammered in a bunch of innocent people's heads with a goddamn hammer doesn't mean I'm going to surrender my hammer tomorrow. It's a useful tool. Right? Just because somebody abuses and misuses it doesn't mean I'm going to give it up. So the left-right paradigm is useful, but, it's useful as an educational tool. It's useful as a methodology for sort of locating yourself and sort of helping you orient yourself. It's like a compass. Like, I mean, the political compass is, but it is like a compass. It helps you sort of get your bearing. And sort of where am I coming from? Where am I headed? Where do I want to go? That sort of thing. I think 8 values is far more useful. I think that, a political science course is far more useful. But, for the average person on the street, it's a starting point, right? But I mean, given the Overton window shift that has occurred in the United States, especially, first, people have to understand that the left-right paradigm is a hijacked concept, that the political left in this country isn't the actual political left. You've got people like fucking Tucker Carlson and fucking Bill O'Reilly and shit out there yelling about how Hillary Clinton's a radical leftist. Meanwhile, she's a fucking corporation in a pantsuit, for fuck's sake. There's that sort of understanding. There at first has to come that understanding that, the political spectrum of left to right in this country is vastly misunderstood, given Overton window shifts that have occurred over generations now. So, that, Rob. Rose, I was on Philosophy Tube today. It was on Philosophy Tube who called Bill Gates a liberal communist. Oh, Jesus. I forgot why she used that word. I can't remember if it was tongue-in-cheek or what, but it was a purposeful meaning. Jesus Christ. Nobody said white. You said white. Communism. I'm looking through here. You're the only person who brought like racial construct into this one. You're the one guilty of it. Holy shit. Yeah. Like you basically Godwin's law yourself. Colonialism is synonymous with whiteness. No, it's not. Not necessarily. Not in these circles, at least. Yeah, Rob. Hey, thank you for the follow, malfunctioned. Yeah, Rob, I feel you on that point. It's incredible that I have to explain that CNN is centrist. It's not even centrist, it's right-leaning. I mean, it's pro-corporation, pro-business, it's right-leaning. It's not even centrist. Whether we can't even begin to comprehend what it means. Yeah, that rich person was a monarch. Yeah, China has entered the chat. Exactly, Kat. Imagine having media that's not right-wing. Oh, Jesus. What a concept. Yep. Hey, Patronum. How are you? Taking care of yourself? No, trying to get out of the chat. Hang on.
Fuck the Chinese government. There.
Well, Sean, it's easy to rectify that. Musk has nothing to do with really what SpaceX does. SpaceX has a ton of brilliant engineers and scientists working under their corporate umbrella. But Musk is just some rich fucking playboy who likes to slap his name on shit. So that's super easy to rectify. Just remember that SpaceX isn't Musk, and Musk is not SpaceX. Job done. We actually have a community member who used to work directly with Musk. Like, 1-to-1. And he absolutely despises him. He's a streamer as well. And he absolutely hates the man. Like, it's an instant ban. Oh, yeah, we do, Squid. We do. It's an instant ban on his channel if you mention Elon's name. Like, just mention him. Ban. He despises the man. No. It's a community member. CMYK Ninja Squid. It's one of the community members who used to work directly with Musk. Yeah, and like I said, do not mention Musk to Ninja. He will insta-ban you. He's literally traumatized from working with that sociopath. I was reading up on Sinclair's End Poverty in California, and no idea how based Upton Sinclair was. Oh, no, he was super based, Rosa. Like, Upton was, yeah, sincerely, yeah, we went through the jungle the other night. Yeah, we were just talking about Upton last night, I think. And we were talking about the jungle and how apparently it's not even required reading anymore. Yeah, I can totally not understand why he would think that about Musk. Jeez, not surprised. Not surprised, Patronum. Communism is very bad. Nestor Makhno would like a word with you about that comment about an anti-fragile state. Nestor Makhno has entered chat. Who's going to be the next mass worshipped billionaire? I don't know. That's always a fucking thing. And, by the way, as far as productive output goes, you might want to look into the Anarchistic Republic of Kospaya, CIVB. They became so wealthy and so productive that they became a threat to the Papal States. Oh, yeah, the guy up in the Pacific Northwest, Viva. Yeah. Yeah. There have been... And Kospaya was small. And they were giving the Papal States a run for their money. Like, itty bitty. And they were giving them a run for their money. Yeah. So as far as productivity and output of an anarchistic society, highly productive. You'd be amazed what you can do when you're not oppressing people. Oh, yeah, I didn't... let's see... Rob, I'm not sure if you saw my question earlier, but is it even possible to correct the current state of the U.S., or do you think it's over for this country? Balkanization's always on the table, Rob. It would just fuck the red states. Balkanization is COSPAI here. There you go. Wither. There's my my essay on Kospaya. It's COSPAIA, just so you know. Balkanization's always on the table for this country, Rob. But as for, how will we correct the current state of the U.S., you need a series of crises that begin waking people up, like a 2008 credit crisis, followed by, another financial crisis, followed by a pandemic that demonstrates the sort of instability and inherent inequity and inequality within the system. These sorts of things tend to cause movements to start within a social structure. So there you go. We could be headed in that direction. We could not be headed in that direction. But we do have a lot of the prerequisites happening right now, Rob. And then conversation and education, right? It starts with us having the conversation, and then it moves on into, hey, maybe we should start talking about some of these political theories and methodologies and that sort of thing. Yeah, China's now communist. Just like the Nazis weren't socialist. Right? Like, just because North Korea isn't a democratic republic either. Just because you put it in the name doesn't mean it's a thing. Yep. Bessemer, Alabama, Amazon warehouse employees. And the vote runs all the way through this month. I've got, it runs to March 29th, and then the vote tally starts on March 30th. I've got it into, it's a dictatorship. It's a monarchy. Yeah, it's a traditional monarchy with militaristic underpinnings. Estrella, I'm doing a socialism tonight, guys. Wish me luck. Yeah, I saw those. Whether the George Floyd Valentine's cards. Jesus Christ. Fucking cops. Hey. Cool. Thank you for the continuation. Why is that not in my alerts over here? That's weird. But thank you for the continuation of the sub, Viva. Yes, a bunch of cops made George Floyd Valentine's Day cards. Squid, it was a thing. Because, you know... There we go. Yeah, it did, Rob. Yeah, I don't know why. It's not even in my alerts list. I don't know why it didn't pop. It's literally not even in my queue list. Even if the alert doesn't pop sometimes, it always ends up in my queue list. That one didn't even end up in my queue list. I don't know what that's about. I'm a pro TV. Yeah. What did I say a while ago? Okay. For sure, we need a real Department of Education with a strong history and economic curriculum that teaches about unions and workers' rights with anti-capitalism and anti-imperialism approach in social studies. Oh, good luck with that, Rosa. But I agree wholeheartedly. You know, it's always fascinating to me when I do my May Day episode and talk about the history of May Day. This is the massive irony of the situation is the rest of the world celebrates May Day and we don't. Right? Like, we're the origin point for it, and we don't even celebrate it. Like, we don't talk about it. It's been basically just washed, just completely removed from our historical record for all intents and purposes. And, you know, we used to celebrate May Day, yeah, but that's the function of Labor Day, is to move it away from that. So there's, you know, less tension within the unionization and less education about, you know, so that people don't realize the history of May Day. It's a whole fucking thing. But yeah, whenever I do the May Day episode, look up the Haymarket Affair or the Haymarket Massacre, Haymarket, or you can look up. I think that was May, so it would be a PR episode. Here you go, Wither. I'm gonna hook you up with. I'm gonna hook you up with a link here to. Here you go, Wither. There's a link in chat to the PR podcast episode for the story of May Day. Feel free to listen to it on your own time. And it will tell you the history of May Day. Let's see the story. It's 26 minutes and 54 seconds long. Okay, so yeah, and if anybody else wants the history of May Day, there's like a near complete telling of it, including the legal, some of the speculation, a whole bunch of behind the scenes. So feel free to use that podcast link that I put up. That will give you a background. But I saw your podcast about the pigs quality. Oh, is that where you learned? Okay, so that's where you actually got that information from. All right, cool. Yeah, that's a bunch of my like pre-recorded podcast episodes do that sort of education. That's not how monopolies come to bear. Monopolies come to bear from capitalist accumulation. It comes from me having more capital and then buying out somebody who has less capital and then accumulating that and snowballing the effect. See somebody like Disney. So, you know, that's what's your fear about Ancapistan? Monopolies? Because that's a myth. Monopolies are predicated on one person being so smart that they can outmove the rest of the population. No, that's not how monopolies come to bear. If you look at free markets, they're very hard to abuse. Exploitation often happens in conjunction with government. Okay, so at the highest order of economics, they use interchangeably black market with free market. Black markets are essentially the truest of the true free markets. Do you want to know how you manipulate a free market? You fucking use violence and force. You want to know how you accumulate violence and force? Well, if you have a lot of capital, you hire people to engage in violent activities. And if you think people won't engage in violent activities for a price, then the history of humankind and mercenaries clearly was lost on you. So under that sort of system, you just force somebody to sell to you. No big deal. It's just the mafia. Let's see. In a world where people can unionize and freely assemble, monopoly is very hard to acquire. What would you monopolize and how? I wouldn't, because I'm a fucking anarchist. Except capitalism doesn't respect the NAP. It doesn't. Capitalism is inherently coercive, inherently exploitative. Like, oh God, Swede, for the love of God, Swede, please come on the air. Come join me for a couple of minutes, Swede. I know it will, like, you're probably busy with something or other. But for the love of God, please come on. Because quite frankly, I think this will be fucking hilarious. Swede.
I think I hate you.
You know you love me, bitch. So communism is very bad, or what I've started calling CIVB, has shown primitivist leanings, has been advocating for Ancapistan. I've already... What?
Hi, Pol Pot.
Yeah. And so would you like to explain from an economist's point of view, by the way, a credentialed, actually educated, practicing economics and financial person? Yeah. Would you like to explain from an economist's point of view how monopolies don't arise from one smart person outmaneuvering the market?
Well, monopolies are inherently part of capitalism due to the fact that as capital accumulates at the top, that capital is used as a weapon against any and all competition below it. The hypothesis that was always provided is that you have this destructive element of, the monopoly is too big to wield or anything, except for the fact that the monopoly is very much able to wield violence in its ability to stop any and all innovation that could threaten its position in the market. And that's the paper I sent you, I don't know, what was it, 2-3 weeks ago, basically explains that, is that capital has become a weapon in that, like, drug companies buy out small startups and then don't further the research. Tech companies buy out their competition and then can it.
That would be the study by Nicholas Bloom, Charles Jones, and John Van Reenen. Oh, and Michael Webb, that shows that capitalism actually drives down innovation.
Correct. And so capitalism itself creates its downfall, much like fascism does, in the fact that it becomes so exclusionary that you end up with, I don't know, 2 or 3 leader feudal state in the end. And I'm sorry, I don't have enough trust in the human race to endure somebody with that title.
CIVB keeps yelling about how there's no IP, intellectual property, in Ancapistan. So please don't talk about buyouts.
So that you would just buy their ability to wait, what?
Again, this is a person who clearly thinks they understand something and they don't.
If everything is open source, then everything has to be published. Otherwise, you just play a game of Russian versus United States 1960 corporate espionage.
And you would just purchase their means of production. Like if there is no intellectual property, then what you would be purchasing is all of their capital assets out from under them. That would be what your acquisition would be targeted towards, is if you have an upstart who you just pull a Microsoft. I mean, this is the fact of the matter is this, Jesus Christ, companies have been doing this for ages and ages. Like you don't need somebody with the degrees and credentials that fucking Swede can bring to the table. Like even if you're not going after IP, you just buy their manufacturing facilities or their administrative offices. You hire their staff away from them.
You buy their contract with the Apple Store.
Yeah.
And then shut it down. I mean, there's ways to do this that don't require IP to actually be a thing. So I'm wondering how that argument furthers their cause.
Those are words you can put together, CIVB, but that doesn't actually mean something. GPL equals based. Fucking GNU, fucking MIT, Creative Commons, the Berkeley license as well. All very good licenses. All of my stuff gets licensed under Creative Commons 4.0. Oh, God. You do realize that Rockefeller's money is still kicking around, right? Why did Rockefeller lose all their money? He had the most capital. He stopped innovating.
He died, and traditionally, most wealth is lost by the third generation. And then, as far as the Rockefellers, you'd probably extend that out to the fifth or sixth.
Let's see. I just want to.
Rockefeller broken up. I mean, so the whole thing about why are they not the richest anymore doesn't make a lot of sense if you understand the very end of the history of what happened to the Rockefeller Empire.
And the Rockefeller...
They didn't need to innovate when they owned everything. You see, they had to be broken up by a government institution. No, innovation is not alpha. Innovation is only alpha when competition is protected by a government institution.
I mean, they're still billionaires. His heirs are still billionaires. Like, the Rockefeller fortune is not gone. Like,
it's just divided up by a lot.
Yeah. It's divided up amongst approximately 150 familial relatives at this point, with, I mean, like singular counts, like one dude being worth $3 billion, right? Like, yeah. The Rockefeller fortune is far from gone.
And if Rockefeller's company hadn't been broken up, Standard Oil hadn't been broken up, there's no competition. He just would have bought it and shut it down. Of course he used government as a weapon. That's what capitalism does.
He believes that, like, that's the thing. And he doesn't understand that under his fucking mythical Ancapistan, that capitalism will become the de facto governance.
Replace government with Blackwater.
Yeah. Like, we're just going back. Your shit would just go back to company towns.
Yeah, Nevada is going to have that.
Oh, God. Don't remind me. In Ancapistan, you can unionize. And in Ancapistan, I can hire a private mercenary army to disrupt your unionization.
Yeah, and who's gonna arrest you for mowing down all the workers that struck because now? I mean, the only thing that can prevent that from happening is a free and fair and widespread media base,
Fallout
and
is
that
ending.
doesn't happen unless you have government protection.
There's one fucking rule, and it's the NAP. You have to understand that aggression, as seen from a from a systems point of view, unionization is violence, right? Like any anarchist understands that the perception by systems of by authoritarian systems of organization and unionization is perceived as violent acts. All right.
Well, and here's the crux of it. The NAP is the Constitution of Ancapistan, which means that people are born into a social contract which, and ANCAPs vehemently disagree that a social contract exists. So it's contradictory into itself.
People would respect unionization in Kapistan. You're more delusional than the actual utopians.
Yeah. Well, and I think the original utopians actually had it right because it required slavery.
Yeah.
Isn't that Thomas More's? You had 2 slaves for every free.
Oh, you're Charmander. Yeah. Like, there's no way to have capitalism and have the NAP respected. It's just not a thing. Capitalism serves one goal, really.
Yeah. I mean, capitalism had its day, and it's been around for 1,200 years. If you include, the proto versions of it, it's time. It really is.
Yeah. Like, hey, all of those problems we're having, what would be what would solve it? More of the thing that caused those problems. I know you have a heroin addiction and you really need to kick it, but the solution to your heroin addiction is more heroin. Are you shitting me? Like, I mean, just from a logical point of view, it doesn't make any sense.
I'm trying to figure out how many seconds your delay is because the video mismatch is hilarious.
Oh yeah, that's always fun for somebody on Discord. Hey, Sipscan, fucking Crooked Nose Media, fucking bad faith raided me one night. That's how I'm aware who fucking Crooked Nose Media is. He was doing his Wednesday night patrols, and he fucking had his community bad faith raid me. Fucking yeah. Oh yeah, Crooked Nose Media, what the fuck? Like, oh yeah, no, it's some anti-Semitic shit. It straight is. And Twitch does nothing about it. Like, it just is what it is. And yeah, so yeah, that's how I'm aware of that jackass piece of shit. Ooh.
It's always the Jews. I don't know. Why? Why is it always the Jews? I mean, they make space lasers, so I guess that's cool.
God, that is the craziest fucking shit. Yeah, that is just the fucking batshit insane thing.
I know I'm on
holy shit. Holy shit. I'm sorry to cut you off, but holy fuck. CIVB. I like how you guys think everyone will randomly kill each other and end Kapistan instead of respecting peace. War is not profitable.
I have a movie for you to watch. It's called War Incorporated.
I have a reality for you to watch. It's called Raytheon, Boeing, and Lockheed Martin make billions of dollars.
You forgot Blackwater.
Yeah. Holy fuck balls. He has to be trolling. He has to be, Lucy. I'm convinced at this point. Like, he just has to be trolling. Like, that's a take that you have to be epically stupid or naive to take. War isn't profitable. Have you?
It's been since 1912 that people have thought that. There was a legitimate thought in the 1910 through 1912, even up to 1913, before Ferdinand's assassination, that everything was so good for the states at the time that war was just unthinkable. Everybody was making so much money in Europe that war within the states of Europe was just, you couldn't do it. And nationalism beat it out. And then the banks of America and Europe decided that we can lend money to these people and charge them an insane amount of interest. And war is very profitable for a lot of different people.
Wait, what? Did somebody... Yeah, I despise panel shows.
Communism, because I have morals. That's why.
But capitalism exists outside of fucking morals usually. Capitalism serves a singular focus and point.
Because we have a society that we live in where we actually fear being ostracized from said society. For 6, 7, 8, 9 million years, we've been evolving into a social species which depends upon each other. This has been, what was it? Did you see the thing where like 500,000 years ago, or they found bones of a proto-humanoid that was like 500,000 years old, and it had a healed femur bone. And that's when they say is when society, humanoid society started, because that was dead. That was a death sentence, injury in most animal societies. They either leave you behind or you can't keep up with the pack and you just get taken out by prey. Somebody breaks their leg and it heals, like in that specific instance, meant that the tribe protected them and kept them up. And so that's the very beginning of human society, and that's how we get to where we are today, is we start caring for each other. The problem is that care and empathy has a diminishing return as you get further and further from your in-group. And that's how we, and 5 million years ago, that made sense because people mixing could spread disease. People mixing could, there's a whole bunch of problems that could have happened that is why we get it into our heads that there's an outgroup and we need to be fearful of them. It's 5 million years of evolution that drove us into it. It doesn't, it's something that's of this vestige that needs to go away for our continued survival. A lot of people say that our next evolutionary step is to be able to empathize with everyone.
Let's see. Let's see. Subskin. All right. I'm just trying to follow back a conversation here. Yeah. So yeah, I just looked up what Dylan is up to tonight, fucking, because there was that conversation happening about Kai on panel shows, and I just looked up what Dylan was up to tonight. Fucking apparently he's on he's debating conservatives on a right-wing panel show. Apparently that's what he's doing tonight. Because he's a fucking masochist. But yeah, I've said before, if you guys want me to do a panel show, then it's up to the community to make inroads on that manner. In that matter, I'm not gonna toss my hat into somebody's ring. I'm not going to be like, hey, can I be on the panel show? But if somebody approaches me and says, hey, we'd like to have you on the panel show, a bunch of people asked for you and that sort of thing, I would consider it then. But yeah, like I said, I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. So.
Okay, so yes, we can care about each other. The fact of the matter is, though, right now, with the way the humans empathize, we don't do it for people that we don't know. We see people, suffering on the news, and we see one face that actually hits us, and that's what actually gets us to do something. But you read in the paper about the number of children that die in cobalt mines. It doesn't move you. It doesn't move the average human because it's just as bad as Stalin was as a human, he was right. A million deaths is just a statistic.
I've done this routine before. The regulars and many know it. Let's see. Oh God. No, I'm not going to do that to Swede. I will not subject Swede directly to that person. Yeah, and Estrella, fuck you. Fucking, how about a panel with 15 people, knowing exactly which one you're talking about. Let's see. And fucking, somebody said something that I was going to reply. Oh, it was actually Swede. Kat says they'll do it. Fucking, I mean, CIVB, do you want to get on the air? God help us. The question has been put out there. But Swede, so the Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology, Volume 2, page 811 is where you can find the start of 2 separate global meta-analyses on empathy. And because I do think that the empathetic response is something that, every anarchist needs to look into. And so it delves into a whole bunch of global studies that were done on the phenomenon of empathetic response within human beings. And some of the things that you can glean from them is that so if people feel things in depth of empathy, that's varying from person to person, can have to do with their individual just upbringing and that sort of thing. Some people feel things to a great degree. Some people feel things shallowly. But then there's the distance at which they feel it, and that's generally called the circles of empathetic response. And so people feel like their immediate family, they feel their community, they feel their like state, region, country, and there is a global response. And the circle of empathetic response is actually determined by whether your society is individualistic or communitarian in nature. The more communitarian or community-oriented that the society is, the larger your empathetic circle of empathetic response actually grows to be. And it is dynamic; it can be grown. But the more individualistic or hyper-individualistic that your society, the society that you live in, the tighter the circle becomes. And so you can go to specifically like nations, in Southeast Asia and that sort of thing, and you can show that like, okay, so this particular group has a highly communitarian style of societal organization, and you can measure the empathetic response at sort of like a global level. But then you come to some place like America that's super hyper individualistic, and then you measure the degree of empathetic response, and what you find is a much tighter, restricted circle. And so this just speaks to how broken our fucking society is, quite frankly.
It's a nurture issue.
Yeah. Let's see. And fucking, let me scroll back here because that moved a little bit. Let's see. All right. I'd like to see a panel of panels, says Cool Boy. Yeah, we need 5. No. Hold on. We need 15 panels of panel shows. It was just fucking fractal this bitch. Yeah, it's let's see. Jesus Christ. When I say communism, I don't mean authoritarian communism. I'm just talking about communalism. Those are distinct words.
I saw that. I just chose to ignore it.
Yeah, like that's, when I said 2, I actually meant 5. Jesus Christ.
Goalposts moved so much that the 1994 Orange Bowl was won by Nebraska.
Talk about a deep cut reference, and one that goes over my sports ball head, but definitely a deep cut.
The field goal to win it all that Nebraska missed against Florida State went about, 100 feet wide.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not a small amount. Yep. Mitre said, dude, go hang with people in Cambodia, for example. Dirt fucking poor and more accommodating than any rich fuck in the Western world. Yeah, there are interesting phenomena, studies in that empathetic response phenomena. And like I said, if you want meta-analyses of them, I can point you to the exact page where you're going to need to start looking.
And egalitarianism probably goes right along with that, because I know societal wealth has a big determining factor, at least historically, with the level of egalitarian, because the less you have, the more it goes around, interestingly enough. Mongolian culture was incredibly egalitarian back in the 1200s. Take away all their warmongering, but you know.
Genghis Khan. I think that's as close as I'm going to get to the proper Mongolian pronunciation of his name. It isn't Genghis. It's closer to Chinggis, but it's, you
Just
know.
call him Temujin. That's what his name is.
Fucking Rob, I don't mean to tag you all the time. It's okay. I actually prefer, if you have a direct question for me, Rob, I'd much prefer you tag me so I can find it if I have to scroll back. If capitalism is hurting us, what would be the best alternative to that? Chinggis Khan. Thank you, Bivarius. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Okay, so Swede will have his answer, and hey, thank you for the biddies, Le Frog, Skuluru. And I'll let Swede answer in his own time, but we do have a lot of overlap, actually. I think that you're not going to wholesale get rid of capitalism anytime soon. So what you would be best doing is seeking out a set of mitigatory measures that lead into transitionary states that can be, forgive the bump on this one, but that can be capitalized upon at a later date. And Swede and I both advocate for the same thing. Swede, I don't know if Swede would stop there, but I definitely advocate for it as a sort of transitory state, which would be syndicalism, specifically anarcho-syndicalism, because there is revolutionary syndicalism, there's national syndicalism, there's a whole bunch of toxic forms of syndicalism. But teaching new workers that they can unionize and re-democratizing the workplace is a hell of a fucking first step. Swede?
I'm pretty much going to echo that. The whole "don't write recipes for the kitchens of the future" quote that you have.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that comes from.
It's that's Marx. Do not attempt to write recipes for the cook shops of the future. It's Marx.
And I've tried to find it where Marx said that, and because I wanted to find it, but I couldn't find it. So if you've got a
I'll give you like a page and shit for that. Let me write myself a note and get that for you.
I'm trying to read this stupid communism is bad bullshit answer here.
So I fucking remember who I'm getting it to for Swede.
Okay, so as it was said earlier, in case you weren't listening, the more egalitarian and socially cohesion and communal your society is, the more empathetic reach you have.
Square, what were your results? I see Square took the my reformed 8 values test. What were your results, Square? I would be interesting. Fucking, let's see. Oh god, I got tagged again on that fucking thing. Oh god, it just seems like they don't understand the actual underpinnings of capitalism. Like they think that you can have like, I don't know. I kind of want to like say like holistic capitalism.
Would be kind of cool.
It's you know.
It would solve some things we got going on now, at least.
Here's the problem. To have like a holistic form of capitalism, you have to strap it to the floor with regulations. Right? Like there's got to be limitations placed upon it.
Sock them.
Yeah, like that's the thing, is like unfettered capitalism, this sort of like Ancapistan ideal. If you don't restrict capitalism, it will do what capitalism does. And so you have to strap it to the fucking floor and practically lobotomize it to make it a palatable version of itself that doesn't absolutely seek out the, ruination of its own people. I mean, these are, hello, Rodimus. These are fundamental Marxian critiques of capitalism. Again, not a Marxist, not a fan of Marxism, not a fan of MLMs, not a fan of, this sort of stuff. But Marxist critiques of capitalism are on fucking point. its end stage turns inwardly and starts to erode from within, not from without. Wow. Let's see. Just straight up, where do y'all come from? Is there a chud factory? Ed, Rob thanked us both for the response. You're welcome. What's a radical liberal? I mean, hang on. Do you mean liberal?
A liberal that's on a surfboard?
Yeah. It's like, I mean, how do you take like milk toast and make it radical?
Can you imagine Joe Biden on a surfboard?
Yeah.
There you go.
Fucking
I have to listen to my mom tell me that Barack Obama is left wing and that abortion is a left right issue. So I mean, a lot of this doesn't, faze me.
Oh God, were you here for what the story I told earlier about? I was in my folks' place earlier today, and what
the Yuuzhan Vong web paper, is that who they are?
Falun Gong, yeah, the Epoch Times. Fucking Jesus Christ.
You think Jesus can save you from that one?
I know, right? Jesus already died. He's sitting there going, "Leave me the fuck out of this one." I ain't have nothing to do with that crazy shit. Let's see. Square took the my modified 8 values test on my website, saying, first, I think everyone needs to take the test and display their results as a hologram on their chest. Second, I was a libertarian socialist, which is libertarian. It's libertarian as in the libertarian axis. Once upon a time was synonymous with anarchism, but under my test rubric, it's just not far enough to garner the anarchist moniker. If you slid that a little further, you'd actually end up with like ANSOC. Which is an achievable metric on or achievable result on that test. But 70%, 72 equality, 70.6 peaceful, 75 liberal, 77.7 very progressive. Yeah, you just need to slide those numbers a little further, and you'd end up with like an ANSOC sort of situation. Let's see. What's Rhodium saying? You're a radical liberal. I would love to have that conversation. What was their name? Rodimus Staniel. Rodimus, I would love to have that conversation. How do you define radical liberal? Because I utilize radical in a form of like classic dictionary, like textual definitional set. Radical meaning fundamental or systemic change, especially that within a political system. And are you using it in a neoliberal fashion or a classical liberalism fashion? I have questions. Let's just put it that way. Let's see. So you had to deal with the fallout from that latest fucking like pyramid scheme. How'd that go for you, Swede?
Still dealing with it. Let's see here. We are banding together with some other companies like ours and are trying to force the current assets that are within it into receivership. But yeah, other than that, it's kind of hard to talk about because it's going to be an ongoing investigation and lawsuit. So, as you know, the whole no comment stories behind that.
Yeah.
It's looking like it's not going to be a total loss, but it's not going to look good though. Either.
It's not going to be a gain either.
I'm hoping for 50, 65 cents on the dollar return.
That's not terrible, all things considered.
Yeah, the way the guy used the assets to pay for his own shit, I don't know how much of that is compared against everything, but if we can get over 70% of assets back, that would be nice.
Squid, yeah, I don't want to hear. I love that. Squid said, not a fan of MLMs. I wanted to tell you about my new business opportunity. It's called Sensi.
Back off.
Okay, so what did I don't even know. Like, oh, hang on, what did they do? They had to do something later. Oh, okay. They got timed out for stupid shit, anti-vax bullshit and stuff like that. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Hey, Wyatt. Jesus noped out of chat. Yeah, exactly. Wyatt pointing out for like the nth time, you know, you're like this 40th person and doing it for the 100th time, pointing out that stepping on others is profitable under capitalism. Why would you be empathetic if it's disadvantageous? You know, who's got time for the history of capitalism?
South America would like a word with you.
Fucking.
In Central America, especially. I got some banana republics I can tell you about. It's not just a clothing store in the mall anymore.
Okay, again, communism. You seem to be obsessed with this ANCOM thing. You're forgetting I'm an anarchist, not a communist. Right? Like, I'm an anarchist. I don't prescribe what others should be doing in an end state. There is no project of projects for an anarchist. All right? Like, I am for free association and autonomy, and thus I don't prescribe a system for others. Right? I've got what I would like to operate under. But the fact of the matter is that the final state for anarchists is to free you intellectually and give you the power of autonomy, free association, consensus decision making, and create a system where that can be the scope and scale can be addressed. And we've already done that, you know, as far as federation of, you know, anarchistic group or organizational structure goes. So, you know, we've done that. It's just a matter of education for anarchists, but we don't make prescriptions, or, as, you know, Sweet already pointed out, you know, we don't write recipes for the cook shops of the future. That's the sort of Marxist terminology. In anarchism, we would say there is no project of projects. So you seem obsessed with this.
5-year plans.
Say again?
We don't have any of those 5-year plans.
You know, yeah, it's the only goal is to get to that state where people are capable of operating as anarchists, and then stepping back and letting them do what they want. It's not an anarchist place to dictate those things. Do we need, yeah, people, RV, tag that, get rid of it, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, ask Nestle about what labor is profitable. Wait, what are you talking about? Hang on. I'm just testing it really quickly, but give me one sec. I have to click 70 times to make this, to quickly test this. It works just fine. So if you're, let's see, who said that? 8v.kaisthings.com, 8v.kaisthings.com. I just checked it on Chrome. It works. Let me check. I'll check on Firefox. It is functioning. I'm halfway through the test. Give me one sec. Functioning on Firefox as well. And I have Brave as well, and I can test it there. Click to start. Got it. So in a matter of under a minute, I will have clicked like 200 odd of times. Let's see. And strongly agree. Works under Brave as well. So for those of you who are having issues, I can't tell you. Yeah, Rob, 8v.kaisthings.com. It's an 8 values test, but it's modified by me because the 8 values test doesn't actually allow for anarchist like results. You have to peg 100% on 2 different axes to achieve like the definition to receive the result or title of anarchist or anarchism under the traditional 8 values test. And I've never met a single anarchist that would have pegged 100% on those 2 axes. So, there you go, Rob. It's in chat. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that URL, but, all right. So blah, blah. All right. So I'm almost caught up. Let's see. How does Brave pair up with DuckDuckGo? Just fine. Just fine. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Cool. All right. I'm actually caught up. Holy shit. I was backed up there in chat for a little bit. Oh. So, let's see. What's your next video gonna be, Swede? What's the next thing you're gonna rant?
Janet Yellen video where I go through the fair wage to effort hypothesis.
Nice.
To show why paying people more actually doesn't actually to the inner workings of why inflation is not caused by higher wages.
There where is it? Do I have?
And how people actually intuitively decide what a fair wage is.
There's a book I kind of want you to read, and it's a comic. It's hang on, it's on my floor right now. I'll throw it on screen, but it'll be there in a second for you. Open Borders: The Science and Ethics of Immigration, and like it's a comic, right? Like it's literally drawn and like illustrated, but as you can see in the back, it's sourced. And it actually goes into the economics of it and how like there's money on the table, and how like if you open the borders, immigration would actually increase the economy and how there would be a boon to it, and there's benefits to be had from it. And then of course the cultural and ethical stuff, it comes on later on, but like one of the very first chapters is addressing the economics of open borders and how there's a whole bunch of misconceptions about how sort of like numeracy fallacies and that sort of thing, talking about average wages and that sort of stuff. And I'd really love to see your opinion on it and see what you think of it.
Likely, probably agree with all of it. I mean, capitalism would flourish under open borders. That's what I don't understand why the Republican Party. I mean, I get the racism part of it, but I don't get like the whole like we want a free market. Well, there's no free market without free movement.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's an interesting take. And it's well drawn. It's like traditional comic form, and I think it's super easily digestible by most people. I'm going to start recommending it in certain circles in real life, because I've got a few of those people in my world that, just can't comprehend that at all, of how, how open borders would function. And they immediately go to those economic reasons. Meanwhile, there's a very well laid out case in the book about how, no, actually, there's probably $100 trillion extra sitting on the table that nobody's taking.
If not more. I mean, it's the trade alone. And then if you cancel the border, let's say Mexico, you take all the gate posts and everything, and ICE goes away because you don't need customs enforcement anymore. you would say have two governments that would agree on, say, ISO 9000 standards and manufacturing standards, and now we force the United States to pick and choose whether we still use freedom units or the metric system. But even most things are still either imperial or metric, but it would still be like this whole thing of wages in Mexico would explode and then everything would normalize. The problem is that capitalism has this nasty habit of being able to keep wages low for everybody on the 60% earner list and lower. So it's still a shit system. But I mean, I would be open for killing borders tomorrow if we could.
Apparently, I'm supposed to ask you if you're a proponent of modern monetary theory.
For the United States currency, yeah, for U.S. dollar, yes. The U.S. dollar has what's called exorbitant privilege, which means, the demand for the dollar is not going away anytime soon because
Reserve currency status.
there's that, and we are the flight to quality. So when a country or a group of people feel that their own currency or that their own economy is going to tank, they run out and start buying US dollars. And every current account out there requires US dollars to settle. Last February, we had a $10 trillion deficit against number of dollars needed versus what was available to settle all current accounts in the world trade system. So, yes, the US could possibly print another 20, 30, 40 trillion tomorrow, and it wouldn't be a drop in the bucket. It would be a fart in the wind. Now for Zimbabwe, not true, as they proved.
As they proved. Again, all right. Jesus Christ, me, Trey. I actually don't need to, Cherd. Like I've got a hefty bladder. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, when you talk about MMT, you have to be very careful to say which currency you're talking about, because if you're talking about all currencies, it's not true for all currencies. You have to have a currency with a pent-up demand behind it at all times.
There's a word for that.
Imperialism.
No. I'm just referring to this fucking genius in chat. Fucking, if you print 1,000 trillion, there's a word for that.
Reductio ad absurdum, argument from the fringe, fallacy.
Line Sean got Anson on my 8 values test. Nice. Yes, Skaluru. Yeah, that's what that is. None of us are saying it almost intentionally. I think Chad isn't saying it. We're not saying it. Okay. Like the fucking, the dam has broken on that one. Like we're just sort of there's a word for that.
If you printed a quadrillion, well, it would depend on what you did with the quadrillion, where it would go, who it's going to. I mean, if you just print it out, throw it at the banks, and the banks have just a large reserve and they don't lend it out, nothing will happen. See, there's two things to the component of inflation. One is the money supply. The other part that everybody fucking forgets is velocity. If people sit on the money and it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't buy anything, it doesn't cause inflation. If the money isn't chasing anything, there's no demand pull. So, go look at if you could pull up monetary velocity over the last 24 months and put it on screen, you will see exactly why there's no inflation, even though we've printed several $1 trillion over the last 12 months. You will see velocity plummet hardcore, and it's usually, I think, the St. Louis Fed is the best place to get it.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ, didn't. All right, money velocity, St. Louis Fed. Let's see. Are we doing M2, M1, or MZM?
M2.
Okay, thank you. All right. Jeez, that is a hell of a graph. All right. So what are we looking at?
So I'm pulling it up on mine. Okay, so if you hover around 2000, that's our highest amount of monetary velocity. And then when the tech crash and everything happened, we started losing velocity because a lot of the money that was being printed and added to the system was whether, hold your question and I'll try and find it later, is, you get, and then you hit the crash in 2008, is you get a lot of people not just spending money, but it's just going into savings because they felt threatened in how their spending habits was. And then after the housing crisis, you saw a bunch of people going, a lot of printing of money. Well, you're adding to the money supply, of which velocity is part of the equation in, but that money is going to A, the stock market, or B, the bond market, or somewhere in the investment market, but then it stops. So if you buy like a stock and you hold it for 5 years, the velocity is zero after your initial purchase. And so all this printing of money is either going into banks to shore up reserves, or it's going into people's pockets, and then they go out and buy stocks, or they spend it once and it's done because cash reserves are going up. So if you conflate this against M2 money stock, that's why there's no inflation. So people are saving money, they're paying down debt. What was the number? Credit card debt has fallen by like 100 billion.
So basically, the window that I'm looking at here, like the 2019, like let's say Q2 2019 to Q3 2020, there's actually currency being printed here, right? There's like an excess of currency being printed here, yet the money velocity is actually plummeting as a result. Just alternative, as opposed
for it is M2 stock. So the total amount of money in the M2, what counts as M2, which is your checking account, what basically can be liquidated 100% within the next 7 days. So savings accounts don't actually count for much in that, but it's all checking account.
Okay, so this is spending money
divided by GDP.
Okay. So yeah, and now relate this to how MMT. Relate this back to MMT. He's an economist, a CIVB. So relate this back to MMT and why it shouldn't be a concern.
So we could, because inflation is dependent upon velocity increasing in commodity, or if money supply is stable or increasing with money supply also going up, or this is how fast dollars are chasing new product. And if that's plummeting, even if you're printing money out into the system, there's nothing that people aren't buying anything, so there's no demand pull. This is the argument against demand pull with printing money. Now, what is keeping the dollar's value by itself? Well, everybody needs it to settle their current accounts in the world trade system. So you constantly have demand against other currencies for the US dollar, for everything. You have 2 countries that are trading, guess what they do it in? Dollars. You have 3 countries with a trilateral trade deal, guess what they do it in? Dollars.
CIVB, that crash started during Q2 of 2019 and continued all the way through into 2020, not started during COVID. So I'm going to ignore your last comment entirely. Sipscan, did you want to answer Wither's question?
Yeah, what was it?
Fuck if I remember. Wither, what was your question? Squid highlighted this message. I'm I would just like everyone to take a moment to breathe and relish in the fact that we're witnessing some rando on the internet thinking they know how the economy works better than an actual economist does, while simultaneously not knowing what a quadrillion is. Fucking yeah. And so we have a 3% population vacuum for all our inflation going on, right? Was with his question.
3%. 3%. Wait, what was that?
I don't know. It literally, this is what Wither has written. We have a 3% population vacuum for all of our inflation going on, right? 3%.
Some words.
3% inflation per year is what CIVB is speculating.
That the Fed has laid out, but it hasn't been able to hit for, I don't know, 25 years, 30 years. I mean, that recession we had in 1991 may have been the death knell for a lot of growth of the economy going forward, in that it really, I mean, that's when our basic economy went from producing things to just being a service economy. So value wasn't being created in the United States anymore.
Lucy wants that graph explained like they were 7 years old.
Okay, what is velocity of money? Velocity of money, let's say you have a velocity of money of 2. That means every dollar in the M2 money supply. M2 money supply is what's in your checking account, basically. That's easiest way that you can, but you can just type it in, and there's a very good explanation on Investopedia on what M2 money supply is, and it's ELI 5 level. So how much money is readily available, and how often it changes hands. So if you have a money velocity of 2, that means I buy something from Kai, Kai goes and buys something from the casino, and that happened over the course of a year. It changed hands 2 times over the year. I think that's so. If that number goes up, let's say the amount of money stayed static out in M2, and all of a sudden that goes to 3. Now that dollar is moving faster, and it's chasing more products, so you have more demand against the total number of product that is out there. Without an increase in supply of product.
7, Swede. 7 years old.
So it's without an increase in supply, you get demand pull. And demand pull is what's causing the inflation with velocity. And with that drop in velocity, you can print almost all the money you want.
So let's break some of those down for Lucy. So velocity is it's a rate at which money is exchanged, right? It's the movement of the money, right? How
many times $8 changes hands over the course of a year on average?
All right. And so how does that relate to inflation?
The faster money moves, the more demand pulls up the price of things that it's going after.
What is demand pull?
The more demand you have for a product, the higher price it usually can command.
Okay. I just wanted to get some of those terms fucking defined out. So we see the dip and we should start rioting? No.
Sure.
Feel free. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to stop you. Feel free, but don't riot because of the dip.
I mean, I talk with bond analysts all day, and velocity is an actual concern that we have within the economy. Because people just aren't spending money. They're not consuming. And if they're not consuming, this poses a very real threat of the deflationary death spiral.
If Swede has kids, and Swede does have kids, if Swede has kids and this is how he talked to them at 7, those kids are fucking smart.
Talk to your kids like they're rocket scientists. Talk to them like they're not idiots.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for that as well. Shoot, ask away, Estrella. Hey, Zero. By the way, I saw you in there, Zero. You want to know what I know about economics? Socialism works when a crisis is happening and is used to a small extent, but somehow people act as though it doesn't work whatsoever outside a crisis, and therefore we slide back into a new crisis. I would argue that that's not socialism, but more socialization of costs. There you go. From CIVB again, and again, capitalism still sucks. This is the thing. If you have unrestricted capitalism, it's still going to just absolutely shit fuck everybody involved. Cop. What?
No. You can have all the cold weather. We're sending it your way.
I love that wither. Cop, why are you rioting? Protesters, econ line dip. The dip is covered by stimulus to shore up inflation. MMT is not about shoring up deflation. It's about doing massive, infinite inflation and thinking the economy will function with proper fundamentals, says CIV.
Why would the central bank purposely cause massive, infinite inflation? If you can prove to me that would be a good thing to do, then I'll answer your question. Cool.
Well, I will look forward to that not being answered. Sipskin, I'll protest for that. Why not?
GameStop line go down.
It has been so much fun to see them fucking dude. They got hardcore fucked. That's been amusing to see them complain about being left holding the bag on that one.
Except for I see the retail people that lost the $5,000. That's all they had saved up for retirement.
Again, I mean, that's the thing. Why the fuck were you investing that money?
No, but people get caught up in things.
We need a better educational system. A little bit of financial literacy would go a long ways for this nation.
Yeah, I mean, most libertarian, most very extreme right-leaning people, I mean, they took their intro to econs, macros and micros, and they got their 6 hours of elective, and that's all they got. And that's what they argue from. And I can tell you from experience, walking into 201 and 202, and you get slapped in the face. They're like, everything you learned in 101 and 102 doesn't exist anymore.
It is funny how that works. I mean, everybody should already have that experience, especially coming from an English language class. Like, everybody remembers that shit. In like 6th grade, they teach you a whole bunch of rules. 7th grade, they're like, yeah, except in these cases, and they teach you new rules. 8th grade, they're like, yeah, but these rules actually break those rules. And by the time you hit college, they're like, okay, so there are no rules, and we sort of made it all up as we went along. But we're going to need you to, adhere to these rules. Let's see. Sean said, for what I've seen, MMT is simultaneously a meme and an accurate description of economics.
It's an economic theory that you can print money in a controlled manner ad infinitum over time to pay for social programs as long as economic growth is commensurate with your printing program.
Let's see.
But it only works with the US dollar. I mean, or the euro could probably do it. But the yen is even having problems.
Do I think Eastwind socialist police could turn all the property into public and personal territory from the corpos owning the land theoretically? Wait, hang on.
I've some words.
Yeah, I'm entering that sort of brain mush territory. Well, okay, so Wither and I've this has happened on the Discord server, so I'm familiar at least, but could turn all the property into public and personal territory from the corpus on the land theory. You're gonna need to reword that, Wither. I'm sorry. Let's see, and. Good luck with that, Sipscan. And yeah, Squid, I waved to you if you're still here. Oh, Jesus. Because I do not believe in fiat currency. Oh, Lord. In Ancapistan, everyone creates their own currency at will, and they'll be backed by some hard asset.
What happens when you run out of the hard asset?
No money.
So what happens if you have a shortage of hard asset and currency?
The economy grinds to a halt.
Deflationary spiral. What happens in a deflationary spiral? 1933, 1937. What was that? What was that like in the United States?
I do remember bread, like soup and bread lines being a mainstay of that era.
Nothing is credit based if it's backed by a commodity. If it's backed by a commodity, I don't. What are you talking about?
Again, this is a person who thinks they know something about economics speaking to somebody who actually knows something about economics.
You don't need a credit rating if it's backed by a hard currency or a hard commodity. You would have to have an audit. You would have to have an independent auditor going around telling everybody that those assets actually exist. I really want to pick into Fort Knox. I really want to walk in and see if that gold's still there, because that's
It's
the
not.
one conspiracy theory
It's
that I
not.
can see actually being true.
Yeah, I'm on that side too. Like, I don't get into that shit. You know I don't, but holy shit, it's not there.
I have no proof. I'm not saying it is true, but I that's like the one thing where if I walked in and saw gold, I wouldn't be surprised. If I saw no gold, I still wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, like they'd clean that fucker out. Yes, you do, because there are no contracts in Ancapistan. You can't enforce contracts. Only credit enforces contracts. I don't even understand. What the?
Okay. You don't even know what a contract is. Like, a contract, it can be verbal, an agreement for services. Are you going to do X? Yes. We shake hands. That's a contract. Hey, whatever. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for subjecting your actually qualified and credentialed brain to
If
this.
there's no contract enforcement, then there's no. What the? Okay, I have a book for you to read. Communism is very bad. It's called Market of Lemons, and it was written by George Akerlof, who won a Nobel Prize for this book.
For a book.
You have to read this. George Akerlof's wife is Janet Yellen, by the way.
Oh.
So you can imagine what that dinner table conversation is like.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, and their son is an economics professor at Princeton.
Okay, so if you ever get that invite, I'm gonna need you to record it surreptitiously, because I just need to I need to hear what that conversation sounds
Dinner
like.
with Bernanke and Yellen.
Of course you did. Fucking Swede.
Not just me, but
yeah,
there was about 12 other people. But that was an interesting conversation. It was the reason we printed money in all 2008, 9, and 10, because Bernanke knew exactly what happened in 1933 and 1937 with the contraction of the money supply, creating a deflationary spiral. If they would have contracted the money supply at all in 2008, we would have had a complete depression. Yeah, and then who regulates the credit agency?
Oh, you see, everybody trusts the credit agency. Again, he wants like an anarchic version. Everyone has their own credit agency.
Well, then mine's always very good, and I will constantly default.
Like, hey, Swamp. Yeah, like, talk about if you have fake credit ratings, no one will trust you. Well, I trust him. I mean, this is the origin point of a con job, right? Like,
who regulates and creates the credit agencies? Who do they work for? And then who creates the credit ratings on the people who own the credit agency? That's the problem, though, is that 6 or 7 of those people breaking contracts puts the person out of business. And if they all had good credit ratings walking in, then nobody cares.
It's amazing how fucking Swamp Fox. What are you proposing, Fox? By all means, I'm open to it. I just I'm wait, who posted that? Of course, it was me, Trey. Couldn't stream due to the Twitch app being straight garbage. Oh, yeah, that's a thing.
Who's judging who publishes what? I'm just not going to publish my bad marks on my credit then.
It's absolutely. Eventually, there will be a super trusted agency, and that agency will have a monopoly on the agency market, and they will abuse that monopoly. You you literally just undermined your monopoly argument for Ancapistan. You literally just created a scenario in which a monopoly can be created and exist. And then you earlier you stated a monopoly can't exist under that system. Holy fuck.
How will they lose their agency power? Because they'll just make other people not be able to do it.
Amazing. Wait, you know what? This even deserves it.
Amazing.
Holy shit. All right. Yeah, Fox, jump over to voice chat. Are you not? You're not a member of the Discord community already, Fox? Well, let me rectify that for you. Give me 1 sec. I will whisper you an invite, Fox.
Monday morning was brutal. Woke up to negative 24 degrees. Freedom units.
Oof. I think 28's the crossover point?
40.
Is it 40? It's been a while. Yeah, so that's rough. I had my door open earlier listening for a package. It's warm here.
Communism, you've never had an idea what we've been talking about.
Good luck. God bless. Swede, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for even entertaining the fact that this good luck. Share it in your therapy session. That's all I have to say.
I'm going back to 7 days to die.
Good luck. Enjoy. Thanks. I always love hearing from you. I always love a dose of the dark arts. Hey, Swamp.
Hey, Kai, can you hear me?
Yeah. Count to 5 for me, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you kindly. So, you're down in Texas?
No, so I'm in Maryland. It's 9 degrees Fahrenheit right now. I wanted to do like a bushcraft, kind of survival type deal to help out friends of mine that live in Texas. Because if you're familiar with the Marine Corps, basically everybody in that branch is either from Texas or California. So I'm just trying to help as best as I can. Trying to reach as many people as I can to educate them on how to stay warm. And what better way than going out in the woods in 9-degree weather and saying, hey, if I can stay warm in 9-degree weather, we can figure this out. Let me help you.
Rock on. Okay, so hang on. Give me 1 sec, and I will see if I can't.
Share video as well, but I don't know if it'll work. I tried to stream on Twitch earlier today, but I think the data it was requiring to actually stream was just way too high.
All right, give me 1 second. I will see if I can't set something up here so we can see you. All right, add. I'm gonna do. We'll do a display capture. Yeah, we'll do a display capture. And top screen.
Yeah, I've only got this hat on right now because it has LED lights, and I'm scared of devil worshippers dragging me out of a tent in the middle of the night. So that's what that's about.
Oops. There we go. There we go. All right, and let us drop that. and then that. All right, and then we're going to blow that up a little bit. And, all right. Cool. All right. We can now see your feed on screen.
Okay, great. It's probably at like 160p or something, but just bear with me, all right? If you can hear my audio all right, then I think we'll do good work here. We'll do the Lord's work, right? But don't feel discouraged or anything. There's Marine friends of mine, about 4 of them, that ask me how to stay warm when it's cold because they live in Texas and they don't have power right now and there's snow outside. So one of the basic things is layering. I'm gonna switch back to myself real quick, but essentially, layering is your friend. Um, if you pack on, or if you put on like the same type of clothes over and over again, you're not gonna get warmer. The key is to try to get like a long john kind of situation, something cotton as your base, and then you want to go like currently I have like probably like a $20 Amazon Prime thermal freaking bodysuit on. I've got a Miami Dolphins t-shirt on, and then I've got a fleece on, and I am perfectly warm. As far as blocking the wind, like most people in Texas and stuff are not going to be outside. If they're cold, they're going to be inside, so the wind isn't really an issue. But if you're outside, for instance, a windbreaker on top of that fleece is going to just solve almost all of your problems. Blazing fire is probably not applicable to people in Texas, but a blazing fire, like if your house is so cold that you just can't handle it, get drunk, have a blazing fire, you'll be okay. I promise you. At least for a week or so. With layering your body, right? So layering your body is awesome, but if you're not setting up layers in the way that you sleep, you're not going to be able to stay warm. So I'm outside. It's about 9 degrees right now. Most videos you watch on YouTube, they're always going to be like, oh yeah, use this or use that, and it's usually like a $700 sleeping bag with a $2,000 tent, right? My Marine buddies that asked me for help, about 4 of them, right? They were like, hey man, you've lived in the cold before. How do you stay warm without electricity and when there's snow on the ground? And I said, hey, if you don't have electricity in your house, if you have any kind of camping gear, set up a tent inside the smallest room in your home. The problem with the reason people are freezing to death, we'll get into carbon monoxide stuff problems in a few seconds, but the reason people are freezing to death is because basically they're laying on their normal bed with their normal setup that's like perfectly fine for Texas, but not Texas and snow. So what I had mentioned to him, I was like, hey, set up if you have any kind of camping gear, it doesn't matter what it's rated for or whatever, set up a small tent in your house, put the fly on it. It's not going to look like, so this is a fly, for any of you that don't understand like bushcraft lingo, but the fly is the outer, it's basically like a tarp that goes on the top of your tent, right? And it's not going to look like mine because you're in your house, so you can't stake it to the ground and pull it tight and everything. It's basically just going to be laying flat against it.
That's defeatist loser talk. You can always stake it to the ground if you try hard enough.
Fuck yeah! Get a sledgehammer, you'll get it in.
Get one of the concrete nail firing guns that use the 22 blanks.
Yeah, you gotta get a rivet gun.
Yeah, fucking. There we go. It's down.
But yeah, if you want to use a rivet gun, that's cool. But mainly, I mean, if you get a fly, the goal here in setting up a tent in the smallest room in your house is to trap that heat. Basically what's happening, you're laying in your bed, it's freezing cold, you have no electricity, you're not trapped, the heat's just your tiny ass body is not gonna
wait, hang on. I just really quickly, sorry, CIVB, would you like an invitation to the Discord community? Now, it's going to be a highly limited invitation, but would you like an invitation into the arena? The arena is where we do like battle sports and blood sports as far as like,
Ooh.
debate and that sort of thing goes. Like, as we always say, blood for the blood gods sort of situation. If you would like to have that invitation to the arena, then I will whisper you an invite.
I feel like you could make this make it way easier to explain it by just calling it the Thunderdome. Okay.
The Thunderdome. You know what? We may actually rename it. I don't know if they're already gone or not. They may have fucking, as soon as they fucking, thanks for not banning me for being an ANCAP leaders, they may have fucking ditched out. I don't know. But I just wanted to issue that really quickly and see if they are even still present, if they want it, that sort of thing.
If they don't win the arena, then they have no balls to debate, so they're not worth your time. I found this very productive in my tiny ass stream with like Commander Root watching me. That's the only person that watches me. But
hey, Sam.
Yeah, if you got in there, just be like, let's go to the fucking Thunderdome, bitch.
Hey, Sandman. Yep. Drive safely. Yeah, it's truly a Darwinistic space. Man, you know what? I think they're already gone. So they may be back. If they come back, it's on the community to remind me that they should, that maybe to extend the offer again. All right. Sorry about that. But I would like to say, just on my behalf of me, like, this is all like, it's a nice reminder of what I came from growing up in Vermont.
Yeah, I feel you.
Anyway, continue.
All right, so layers personal are awesome. Setting up a tent, you want to trap the heat, in a smaller area that you can actually your body heat that you're producing can actually control, which is not a full-size room. That's why I said, hey, set up a tent in your fucking bedroom or whatever, and layer as much as you can. And on top of that, I mean, if you want to go to sleep comfortably, I have a fleece blanket. I've got a whoopee, which is a military term. It's essentially like a poncho liner. It's basically magic. I don't know how to explain how it works. Just type in whoopee and maybe buy one. They're epic. But I've got a 50-degree sleeping bag, and then inside of that I have a negative 10-degree sleeping bag, which was like total. All of these layers in here is probably like $100. I know the shit costs a lot, or whatever, but compared to other people on YouTube that are like, oh yeah, just buy this $800 sleeping system. I think we got a somewhat based way to go. We'll also have a down like redneck camouflage blanket that works really well on top of you. And the biggest thing is not opening the tent. You're going to be tempted to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I know it sounds super gross, but get like a 1 gallon jug, like a milk jug or something. It is gross. I understand, but it will save your fucking life. I've slept in like negative 20 in a tent, and opening the tent lets all the heat that you produce all throughout the night out of the tent or out of wherever you are. And either that or you're like, oh, it's too scary and cold because it's dark outside, and you don't go out of your tent, and then you're just like, your body is just exerting enormous amounts of energy just to heat up the saved up urine you have in your body, which is another miserable way. I don't think anybody, even in Kai's chat, could probably be like, oh yeah, I held I didn't go pee all night and I felt great about it. Like, let's be real, folks.
All right, Fister.
And ventilation. Sorry, excuse me. Ventilation. If you've ever gone camping before, if you don't vent out your tent enough, like, I know it sucks to let cold air into your tent or in and out or whatever.
Condensation.
But if you leave like small vents here and there, you're not going to wake up with the top layer of whatever you're sleeping under being soaking wet.
You will get
That's
condensation.
like last pro tip I got. Sorry, Kai.
It's fine. Yeah, and Sassy said, "What if you're a girl? Get a pee funnel. It's a real.
Funnels work.
Yep.
Or just get a mason jar.
Yeah. It's a thing. And yeah. Whiskey Tango saying, a pro tip: don't be so warm that you sweat, or you're screwed.
Yeah, I'm gonna be posting a lot of videos because Twitch app wasn't working. And one of those is like me being like, "Hey, I'm sweaty. I'm gonna take all these extra layers off. I know I'm gonna cool down really quick, but I don't want my other layers getting wet."
Yeah.
Because sweat and moisture is your enemy in the cold.
Yeah, I remember.
It's basically like, dude, sweat and moisture equals capitalism. Right?
I remember from back in the day, like skiing and that sort of thing. When you do winter sports, you learn that one really quickly. Like, don't.
Yeah, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, I actually lived like half my life in Massachusetts, so and I feel like Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, we're all the same.
Yeah. Well, not those fucking massholes. You fucking.
Well, it's crazy. Like, I think there's an old like joke on like an old movie. It's like that's like finding a Republic or a Democrat in Vermont or whatever, and like Vermont is literally like Democrat as fuck now.
It's fucking. There's so many anarchists up in the hills of Vermont. When you do post those videos, put the links into the shared content on the Discord server, if you don't mind. Didn't mean to do that.
I just got to figure out how to get them off my phone onto the computer, onto the internet. Send it to the internet.
Onto the interwebs. When you almost knocked that over. When you do that though, I'm sure the community will want to see them and, find them useful, and, we'll spread them to the wind as best we can.
Yeah, like the best thing, also, like I've streamed for like maybe a minute or something before Twitch crashed, but I mentioned, hey, there's a lot of mutual aid going on in Texas. I would rather use, if you're going to subscribe or donate and spend your hard-earned money on me, I would rather it go to some cause. Like, I didn't get in streaming to make money. So, I would rather you look into some of those groups. I didn't have the groups off the top of my head, and I only had like a minute and 30 before it like crashed. So I would prefer you find a good cause to send it to, because I don't need your money. I have a lot of money. I do IT, and it's working out for me with the government. So
geez, you got one of the government gigs.
Yeah. But also, devil worshippers are not going to get me. I don't need your money. This is not a scary experience for me because I have like 20 guns loaded all over my campsite, so we're good.
This is the Swamp Fox, Mitre. The Mitre said, "Who's this thick dick camper, Kai?" You see him in chat from time to time. The Swamp Fox 90.
Yeah, usually, I'm like an old man now. I just turned 30, so like it's hard to stay up when Kai is streaming. But I'm doing my best. Sometimes I have to drink a bang at like 8 o'clock at night to be able to be awake for the proudly radical stream. I will host.
Does the Swamp Fox? Oh Jesus. Yes.
But I'm also drunk. So. Yeah, don't drink when you're cold either. I mean, it does help. Like if you're comfortable and you've been through this before, for sure go ahead and drink. Listen to fucking Motley Crue, have a good time. But if you're new to this situation, do not drink, because it's gonna make you feel like you're warm, but you're not, and you're gonna end up freezing to death.
No fox fucking.
Cool.
Oh, Jesus.
I would have been the regular Swamp Fox, but some furry stole my name, so this. And I'm only wearing this dumbass redneck camouflage hat because it has LED. Like it literally is like a headlamp inside a baseball cap.
Nice. I have a black diamond one that's all waterproofed and shit like that, and has the multiple modes and that I use.
Yeah, the wife shits on me for spending money on dumb shit all the time, but I still do it.
Whiskey Tango. Quick question: if your pipes are at risk of freezing, do you run the water or no? I was always told to trickle the water. Trickle is not enough. It should be a pencil thin stream. This
Yes.
this is my New England experience speaking. Yeah,
Yeah.
pencil thin stream
Yeah.
should
Pipes.
should keep it.
Yeah. You want to turn it like more than half a twist out, at least on your outside stuff. Inside, I don't know. They've gotten better. I mean, unless you're in Texas and they don't give a fuck about you. But most northern states.
Yeah, this is very much a
have
building code
code
sort of
pipes.
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're in Texas, yeah, I'd go ahead and like make sure there's like a steady stream coming out. But in other New England states, they tend to coat the pipes with shit that doesn't make them freeze.
And
So
they tend not to put the water pipes on the external walls as well. And
yeah.
they well, I mean, they've experienced.
They also put these things called de-icers on the wind turbines so they don't fucking freeze.
It's almost like they've been through a winter before.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sandman is seconding that from Maine. The sort of pencil thin stream and that sort of thing. Yeah, and the pipes are below the frost
you gotta
lines.
make like 6 figures or more to live in Maine.
Well, it depends if you're up in the North Woods. Fucking straight up banjo country in that part of the fucking Jesus Christ.
Well, who wants to live there? That's like me. Well, I'm actually trying to buy a house in West Virginia.
Oh,
because
damn.
I'm a leftist, but I also like guns, and West Virginia has constitutional concealed carry. So,
West Virginia prior to
basically be a cop on duty to carry a gun, and I'm not cool with that because I'm a gigantic pussy and I need to have firearms. So
West Virginia is gorgeous as long as you don't end up in an ex-coal town.
Yeah, I mean, I would be like Martinsburg, Shepherdstown, which is like it's becoming super hipster. So you've got like a lot of liberal ideas everywhere, but nobody has a problem with guns, which is kind of like the perfect balance for.
Did you see? Was it HR 217 put forward by Sheila Jackson Lee, or Sheila Lee Jackson?
What state is she in?
Texas Democrat.
Oh God. Yeah, well, Texas is turning more blue as they go.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare of a bill.
Not the good blue. It's not the good blue. It's like the
yeah.
Like, I used to be a Republican. I've told Kai this before, but I hated Democrats so much that I fucking just went straight up like over the top left.
Yeah,
and because you guys like guns, so I'm cool with that.
It's a full license, registration, license, and insurancing program for firearms and ammunition that has qualifiers on. Yeah, okay, so you have required insurance, which makes it classist because you have to be able to afford the insurance for the firearms ownership, and of course, class or wealth is always tied to race in this country, so it inherently becomes a classist, racist bill, and then it's got ties to if you have any sustained mental illness or any sort of literally ADHD would qualify under the language of the bill. If you were diagnosed with a depressive bout in your teen years, it would disqualify you from ownership. So it's ableist on top of all of it.
The problem is like everybody in America today has some sort of form of depression, whether they'd like to admit it or not. I mean, I have like hardcore PTSD. Under that rule, I would not be able to own guns.
Oh yeah,
but guns are more therapeutic to me than anything. And the problem that I have is like most gun control measures have been put in place because they were like, oh my God, black people took over the school and were like, fucking give us rights.
Yeah, it's always gun legislation in this country is always a racist.
Well, like Maryland, for example, right? It took me 2 years to get a hunting license as a veteran. And it costs money. Ammo's super expensive in this state. And on top of that, just getting I feel like the more the government becomes involved in this process, the harder it is for people that don't make good money or can't take off work every fucking day to go take a fucking test to say, hey, I'm good with firearms. I don't know.
Um,
It's
me
most firearm safety is very common sense.
Mitre
You'd be
would like
surprised
to
that a lot of people get it, but
Mitre would like to proposition you with a hypothetical.
okay.
If it is clear, if we reduce it to a very basic binary, generic American gun rights and excessive gun violence, or less or liberal gun laws, or I'm sorry, or less liberal gun laws and less gun violence, which would you choose?
Are you saying like, will more laws protect people from getting killed by guns?
Yeah, well, you understand, Mitre is an Australian.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to have super super stringent gun control measures when you're on an island. You know,
And you
like if
don't already have 380 million firearms in the wild.
and super redneck people I mean, I would probably fall into this stupid ass redneck people. I'd be like, you're not taking my shit from me. I paid for this. And the government doesn't have the means to actually, nor the will to purchase guns from me for the exact same price or better than what I've paid for them already. You know, so it'd be like I mean, it would just be a slight. I would not be cool with that. And the fact is, like, in America, we're not an island. It's very easy to get guns illegally. I mean, I could fucking buy guns from anybody if I wanted to. You know, I made a joke when Biden got elected. Is like, now I just gotta buy ammo fucking in plastic baggies instead of boxes. Um, so I don't think it works very well. And I mean, even in Australia, you can still own guns from what I've heard for like whatever. It's a long process, but you can still get a gun if you want a gun in Australia. It is a very pain in the ass, but it's like, oh yeah, rich white people can have guns,
Um,
but no
yeah.
Aborigines or other people.
Yeah, again, they end up being classist, which by
Yes.
extension is racist. So yeah, if money can buy you, if money can get it for you, and money is generational wealth is tied to race more often than not, then what you have is racist gun laws.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like not like nonviolent crimes. Like, is it really illegal, or do I just have to make this amount of money to be able to pay the fine that you place on me for committing this alleged crime?
there's an old comedian's joke about how he wanted to. He said, I'm right now. He said, I'm kind of successful. I'm at the place in my career where I have a speeding ticket and running a red light money. He said, I really want to get to the point where I really want to get to the point in my career where I have beat my wife money.
Yeah, beat your wife money. You got to be like Ted Cruz for that.
And
So
yeah, that's how he measured his career goals, was what degree of severity of infraction could he pay his way out of.
the crazy part is, like, I've been to Thailand and the Philippines, and I've spent a lot of time in Africa, specifically Somalia, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and basically all of those countries that I just mentioned. If you have money, you can get away with straight up murder. Like, you can just be like, I don't like this guy. I'm gonna shoot him in the face, and then the cops show up and they're like, yeah, that's a crime, and they get real crazy with you, and then you start pulling out money, and it's almost like in the movies when they're just like throwing money on the table to see how far, how much it's going to cost to get away with this, and that's how it is over there. And the U.S. is kind of like that, but it's more like, it's more under the radar, and
Uh,
I hate because it, like, especially conservatives, and that's part of the reason I left the conservative Republican Party. Is they always like, oh, fucking, we support the troops, we love veterans, but then you say thank you for your service, but you don't fucking help me. Like, I could be addicted to drugs, I could be ready to, I could have a gun in my mouth, and some Republican would walk by and be like, oh yeah, fucking thank you for your service. How what does that do for me?
Okay, so Skullaroo, I think that banning some more types of guns used for more violent acts rather than protection is a good idea. Here's the truth of the matter, Skullaroo. Semi-automatic handguns are the most common firearm of choice for mass shootings, quote unquote.
Also, the majority of gun deaths are suicides.
Yes.
Like, I know that's like a Republican talking point, but it's not a lie. So, I'd love to share that with whoever. But people have, like, depression is a serious problem in this country.
So deal with
And
mental health.
yeah, I mean, I'm not going to kill myself with the AR. Also, practically, it's like people think you could just buy guns from fucking people's goddamn car trunks and stuff at gun shows. They do background checks. Um, it is easier to get a rifle than it is to get a handgun, but when it comes to mass shooters, they're not buying rifles. They're either stealing handguns or they're using shotguns or like maybe bolt action rifles, but I haven't heard of a bolt action rifle mass shooting in a long time. I could do it.
Maybe the Washington shooter guy, the Washington D.C. Parkway shooter guy, like he was using a rifle. I don't remember what type though.
Like Lee Harvey Oswald and the DC sniper definitely used bolt action rifles, but as far as it comes to like school shooters and stuff, they're just taking their parents' guns and going out and fucking killing people.
Yeah.
I think the bigger problem, one, like I know this sounds like a cliche Republican talking point, but I think the biggest issue is mental health, one, and two, parents are trash. Like they're not locking up their guns. They're not, paying attention to their kids that are still living in their house. Especially like what was the not Parkland, but was it Connecticut, Newton or whatever?
Fuck if I
They
know. I'm
basically the
desensitized.
fuck out of the kid, and he went and killed everybody at the school. A lot of the problems are just shitty ass parents. Like if you're a garbage parent and you don't care about your kid, then don't have kids. Or at least put them up for adoption. Give them like a reason to live. Most of these school shooters are just trying to get it's essentially what assisted suicide is. They just want somebody else to kill them because they're too big of a bitch to kill themselves.
It's a mental health issue. It's the same. This is the same argument that like if you're in leftist circles and you want, hey Memphis, if you're in leftist circles and you want to, it's Newtown, Connecticut. If you're in leftist circles and you want to argue like abolition of guns for blah, 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 but you're still perfectly willing to use the talking points of under like a leftist or an anarchist society, we would address the elements that address the conditions, the material and subsistence conditions that enable people to thrive within society and not end up in that spiral of criminality, then you're already a hypocrite. The fact of the matter is that if you give people education,
real quick, right? So, a lot of Republicans, the reason that they don't jump on board with gun control is because, like last week, all cops are bad, cops are racist, cops are this, cops are that, and then this week, guns are bad. The only people that should have ARs are cops. I mean that I know it's very basic or whatever, but that's why Republicans are like fuck you on your gun control, and they throw everybody in the same category because I mean I don't own the only reason I own guns, I've fucking went to war and I've also done some private security contracting. I don't like pulling triggers on other human beings, right? The only reason I own guns now is for hunting and if the government literally tries to kill me. That's it. Because I've it's like that Allstate commercial or whatever. It's like we know a thing because we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. I don't fucking trust my government. That's the only reason.
I'm gonna curve you away from this topic.
Yes, that works.
All right. So share the when you do make the videos, be sure to share them in the shared content on the Discord server, and Jesus Christ. And yeah, keep us updated on that. If you do a stream, drop it in the self-promotion section on the server as well, so the community knows you're going live. And yeah, that's a nice little fire you have going there.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay warm. It's 9 degrees outside. It is, and it's snowing, but you can't really see it because it's dark.
Yeah, we can see it. It's we can see the edge of the snow and that sort of thing. It's visible on camera. All right, Fox, thanks for stopping by and giving us a little, survival bushcraft and, heads up for Texas and how to fucking stay warm in your own house if you're freezing balls.
Yes. I'm going to be lurking in your chat. But thanks for having me on. I'm glad I could share this information with people. Hopefully I didn't get way too off base with guns and stuff, but it's a passionate topic for me. But other than that, have a good stream. Love you guys. Love you, Kai. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks. All right, catch you later. Let's see. Let me toggle that.
Bye-bye.
Toggle that. Oh, actually, I need to. Top screen. There we go. And browser up. Cool. Just needed to reset that. Oh. Let's see. What is what? Oh, I just have a notification over on just YouTube. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's just a sub notification. Cool. All right. What browser do I use? I use a whole bunch. Memphis, I use a whole bunch. Yes, I with DuckDuckGo. Yes, DuckDuck is my primary search engine. I use Vivaldi as my primary as my primary browser. Jesus Christ. Vivaldi is Chrome based, but it's Chromium based, not Chrome based. And then I use Firefox Vanilla for the on-show browser window. And then I also have Brave installed, and I've got Edge, of course, just being on Windows. My favorite OS would be Linux. No Tor. Brave actually has Tor built into it, but I don't discuss my own OPSEC. I do have in my cheat sheet OPSEC for activists, and I do discuss for other people, but I don't discuss my own OPSEC specifically, Whiskey. What I run. I do discuss which VPN I use, just for recommendations purpose. But yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. Serious. If you're gonna use Tor, use a VPN version. First, use PIA, private internet access. So the only one that's been tested. They've been drug in by the FBI into federal court twice. They came up with literally batshit, with literally nothing, just empty hand. And so use PIA. You can pay them via cryptocurrency. You can pay them via gift card that you go pay cash for. PIA, private internet access. You can go to Walmart or CVS or Walgreens and get a gift card and put the number in and pay via that way. You can pay via credit card. You can pay via cryptocurrency. So if you don't want your identity associated with your account. So private internet access, they're the only ones that have been tested in federal court. And like I said, they've come up lacking twice. They are the chosen VPN of pirates. And so that's why they got tested. And yeah, the FBI couldn't extract any data from their system whatsoever because there is none. Use PIA as your VPN if you're going to use a VPN. If you don't have any money to spend on it, riseup.net is email, VPN, and chat services for activists. But I haven't seen their security actually tested, so I wouldn't, if you're broke, feel free to use it. Yes, MikroTik. A VPN had a lot of lag. It can take a gigabit connection down to, fucking megabits. It's going to add a whole lot of latency to the connection for sure. And then layer Tor on top of that, and you've got some significant lag. You're not going to be streaming video over that. Let's just put it that way. And that, if you want a secured connection, use PIA and then layer Tor on top of it. And then, you have to have particular OPSEC. Don't be logging into anything. Understand that your behavior online is trackable, and there is, heuristic methods of behavioral analysis and website visiting pattern recognition. So you can be looked at that way as well. And then, if you're not looking to actually experience the outside internet, then there's such things as I2P, which is a layered, service or a layered network on top of the internet. If you access I2P via VPN, then you've got a whole other realm that you're in. I2P is not meant to run exit nodes. I2P is its own intranet of sorts. Tor, it's the onion router. It's TOR. TOR is what it is. Wither King, again, Wither, consult the cheat sheet. If you go to the cheat sheet and you go to the bottom, under technology, you'll see a section called operational security for the activist. And that will walk you through the VPN, which VPN services, then the onion router section, and then just a quick iteration of how to make the most of it, how to, not give yourself away sort of section. It's very, straightforward, bare bones, but that will explain to you what we're talking about. Yeah. So. Yes. Point of order, not a browser. Firefox rolled it into their browser. Just point of order. I have to, my tech, that pedant portion of my tech brain, Whiskey Tango, couldn't let it slide. I'm sorry. Then Wither, consult the cheat sheet. Oh, you've never there's a whole fucking website of my stuff. And one of these days I'll put the cheat sheet on the main website, but the cheat sheet's still in alpha. And Sean, tons of chuds within the false community. It is in fact a routing protocol. That is correct, Golazir. It's literally it's the onion router. There we go. I do want to just check something though. So it's an application layer. So it'd be a communication protocol stack. It's technically Goal. It's a communications protocol stack that's operating in the application layer of the OSI. If we want to get super pedant and super specific. Yeah. Very drunk, but trying. I have a lot of questions to get a baseline understanding. Now I just have to read the cheat sheet. The cheat sheet is there. It will become sort of that's what I intend it to be. So a lot of those base questions that people have. And if there's any suggestions that you guys have arguments all the time online, if you're constantly debating people, if there's something that you think belongs in there that isn't in there yet, by all means, shoot me a message, put it in somewhere on the Discord, send me a DM, tell me in a stream, that sort of thing. Let me know what you think should be in there. Oh yeah, always use HTTPS. If you visit a website and if you put in http:// in a website's address and it doesn't automatically redirect you to HTTPS, be suspicious. Like, it's like, yeah, I just double checked. Like, you know, yeah, you can go to http:// It auto redirects you to this HTTPS version. Like, that should just automatically be a thing. Yeah, HTTP. For those of you, I mean, if you want a fucking basic lesson, it's a hypertext transfer protocol is what that is. What the HTTP stands for, and then the S is secure. Beachy Swamp. And if you're wondering where the hypertext comes from, it's a whole fucking thing. Thank you, Skeptic. How are things? You know, they are what they are. Damn it, Bobby. No, yeah, they're not really related. IPFS is interplanetary file system. HTTPS is not related really to IPFS. IPFS is a peer-to-peer file storing network. It's an entirely different fucking ball game. Nevada. UK bans CGNT probably as a reactionary and retaliatory measure for the BBC being banned in China. Skeptic. That's probably what that's a reaction to. Without one bit of knowledge beyond that, but the BBC recently got banned in China for airing a video of a woman who was confessing to locking people down, taking women and locking them, chaining them to beds so men could rape them as a form of torture. And so, yeah, they got banned in China as a result of the airing of that video. So CGNT probably got banned as, you know, sort of a retaliatory measure in the UK, but maybe it didn't. Jesus. Do you mean Web 3.0? Because Web 3.0 would be, oh, Jesus Christ. That's the privacy, fucking, that's, Jesus Christ. Three 3.0 is the modular data set for private information. 2.0 has been existing for a while. Because I want the .com, because that's the de facto whiskey. The fact of the matter is the .com is de facto, and I wanted ready recognition. I wanted something that people would not have to think about. You know, if I tell you to go to kaisthings.com, you don't even have to remember the .com. It's already embedded in your brain. It's already there. It's less work. So I just, Kai's things, you can do the rest. I hate Canada. At least I can watch as much Chinese state-run communist party propaganda news. Also, I mean, I don't even think, do we even get CGNT in the U.S.? I don't know anybody who fucking carries it. Yeah, it's got. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, they've got an entire CGNT America actually. So I'm gonna have to do an entire section on post anarchism and post left anarchism actually. Ooh, that's good. I forgot. I'm gonna have to do that for the cheat sheet. Oh. I know I should do a climate change section on the cheat sheet, but after the shit fuck that the absolute shit fuck that was Nord/nerd in the arena, I'm almost like overwhelmed at the prospect of what would be necessary, what's necessary to put into the climate change section. Having been faced down with like a real climate change denier type. Like I'd have to build an entire like separate website about that. I would say post anarchism and post left, and got into an argument about anarchism today, told folks I'm more of a realist when it comes to anarchism. I know I've so many. That's part of the problem with her, is the collation of all those sources. Skeptic. That's because China isn't communist. They're capitalist. It's state capitalism. Yeah. Yeah, but Fox, there's microcosmic anarchism and there's macrocosmic anarchism. And applying and utilizing anarchism as a lens of analysis and a tool of interaction and organizational structure can be done on a microcosmic scale. And so you have what's referred to in like Bellamar circles as micro-revolutions as a counterpoint to micro-fascism and micro-authoritarianism, right? So you don't have to concern yourself with the dissolution of the state. What you have to do is you have to deal with those, everyday revolutions. There you go. Climate change. What else? I'm going to do this right now. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to have a conversation, we've been doing fucking theory and for so long. Like if you're, sorry, Fox, but if you're sober, if you're relatively sober and you want to jump on the air with me and have a conversation about something, right now, by all means, throw your hat in the ring. But also I want to query people. I want to, probe people's minds. What else should be on the cheat sheet? I've got my stuff, post anarchism, post left anarchism, and I cringe. I put the climate change on there as well. Sean, damn it, not sober. Something, what else needs to be on that cheat sheet? What do we have to argue with chuds about all the time? I've got a growing capitalism, like capitalism drives down innovation section. I've got fucking Medicare, sort of stuff that Medicare would boost wages and stuff. I've got houselessness, homelessness. I've got fucking religious stuff. I've got some technology stuff. I've got legal system and criminal justice, like civil asset forfeiture, death penalty, drug war, jury nullification. I've got, the anarchism stuff that, I specialize in. But yeah, what's the stuff that we really need in a cheat sheet, as a community and as people who deal with interacting with people on a regular basis? All right. Anyway, back to you. Well, what's your favorite mathematical constant? That's when I checked out of math officially, was the imaginary number. I just fucking broke me. I was like, oh, fuck you. Yeah, oh, that's Swamp Fox. That's already Anarchist Societies. Is already in the anarchism section. Thank you though. There's 11 of them. Under the Anarchist Societies section. Let's see. Jeez, Line Sean. Yes, Chase Rafer. I am an actual anarchist. I advocate for and educate people on anarchism of a variety of types. I have my amalgamation of theory that I work from as a basis for. But yes, right now we're actually just sort of like probably nearing the wind down portion for the stream. But we're going over the cheat sheet that's in it's alpha state for the community, facts and stuff like that are in the community, the cheat sheet, and what needs to be put in there. Let's see, anarchism's relation to private property. All right, so we'll do private property. That should be in there. Well, welcome, Chase. Ooh, swamp. You gotta go hunting for that one. Literally skeptic. That's in the meme. That's literally the meme section. Mr. Gotcha, you live in a society. Mr. Gotcha / you live in a society is filed firmly under the meme section. And yeah, that one's addressed already, skeptic. So Chase, welcome. Straight anarchist streams, there's not many of them, Chase. The fact of the matter is that most of the anarchists around Twitch are actually like either ANCOMs or ANSINs, which I advocate for. Anarcho-syndicalism is a sort of a half-step measure in the correct direction where, you can potentially plot the emancipatory destinations that anarchists would advocate for, because I am very, pragmatic in my advocacy. But anarchist and who's not going to be dumping some ML shit on top of you, it's going to be that's a big ask. Nice. Set some snares. All anarchist streams are gay. Yes, exactly. Human rights and freedom. That would depend on which school of anarchistic thought you ascribe to. It could be, you know what? I'll put it on the tentative list. Tango. I'll, that'll be a later edition. That'll be a later edition. Yeah, as they should. Serious. And thank you for the follow, Dirty Bird Distiller. I don't know why the alert didn't pop, but it didn't pop. But thank you for the follow either way. Serious. Yeah, I do think they should, right? Like realistically, when you're doing project management, you address the things that you need addressing right now. And, you gloss over the things that you're going to have to do at the end of the project, as it were. So I do think that is the way to go. But yeah, there's a lot of, yeah, I don't even barely know. I don't even know who that is, to be perfectly honest. Serious. Chase, if you've got any questions, if you've got anything that you want to prompt me with, if you've got anything that you want to ask me, feel free. Like I said, we're just doing other stuff right now. Like we're just doing some channel and community work. Jesus Christ, Fox, drink less. Fox, drink some water. Don't be afraid of Fox. He's a morning streamer with cute emotes. That's why I've never heard of him because, well, you know, that. Oh Jesus, Lucid is partnered. Fucking 34 emotes. Holy shit, 2.2 million followers. Holy fuck. That's a whole fucking thing. I don't, Skullaroo, is there a public image that anarchy would hurt minorities? Given the fact that anarchism, he got like 2 million in a day. How the fuck? Oh, they're from bots. He got 2 million in a day. Jesus Christ. Given that anarchists are the ones who are always there for indigenous movements, they're there for the Black Panthers, they were there for the, you know, civil rights movements in general, they were there for the LGBT movement. Is there really a public perception that they would be violent towards, or they would be disadvantageous for minorities? I mean, I understand the public perception of violence and that sort of thing. But yeah, interesting. Should I keep wearing a mask if I get a vaccine? Yeah, I would anyway, Memphis. Just for privacy concerns. The fact of the matter is that we basically have a catch-all reason to wear sunglasses and masks now in society. That shit has changed. You have been given the excuse to defeat a good portion of the surveillance apparatus that has been erected around you. Don't give it up easily. Sure. You know, it's 95% effective. I'm concerned about the 5%, that sort of thing. And, you know, by all means, it is valid concern. But also, there we go. I was wondering why I was seeing that. 1 sec. Cool. Yes, sweet. I'm an extremely high-risk person who hasn't been vaccinated yet. Please do not stop wearing your masks. Christopher, wait, Cantwell, right? Like, you're missing a letter there, I think, right? Cantwell. Yeah, he's the crying Nazi. He's not an anarchist skeptic. He's a fucking literal, he's the Unite the Right guy. Like, I don't know who's calling fucking Christopher Cantwell an anarchist, but he got punched by a fucking anarchist. Like, he got punched by an Antifa member, actually. Black Bloc. Like, that motherfucker took a fist to the face. Yeah, national anarchist, like, it's not even a fucking thing. Joking, his ideology is a complete inherent joke. Oh, he's just a plain Nazi. I didn't finish your statement, skeptic. I'm sorry. I didn't finish your statement before I started talking. Yeah, I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, that motherfucker. You still need it a month after the second dose. Cool. Oh, there was something about... Yes. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That is a thing with her. Yeah, fucking Cantwell. All right, so I've got post-anarchism, I've got post-left anarchism, I've got climate change, I've got private property and anarchist relationship to it, and I've got human rights further down the line. Actually, I may deprioritize climate change as well and move private property up the list. Anarchist relation with legal disputes, crime or lawsuits. Well, we wouldn't have lawsuits. That wouldn't be a thing. And crime would be highly restrictive. Yeah, I could do a section about crime under anarchism or how anarchism deals with crime. Fuck you. There we go. All right. Hey, sleep well, Swamp. Take care of yourself. I hope your cold weather camping goes well, and I hope there's something in those snares for you in the morning. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. Sleep on your side. Drink plenty of water. By the way, this came up yesterday but wasn't discussed much. Thoughts on the Kosovo election? I have none because I haven't been following it as to might. I know that there's like the 2019 was pretty contentious, and there's a 2021 parliamentary election happening. But yeah, I haven't been following it, so I can't speak with any level of knowledge or, any level of expertise, especially on the matter. Sorry. All right. Let's see. What do we got? Show me what you got. Let's see. All right, cool. Subscribe to something called left-wing nationalism, also known as National Social. Oh, Jesus Christ, nationalism. Could you get more cringe than nationalism? Oh. Yes. Whether what you're referring to is ham radio. Axel, yes. Yeah, I suppose we had somebody at fucking advocating for not race mixing last night. Was that last night? That they were like, fucking, I don't want to, yeah, God, it was so fucking cringe. It was so fucking bad. Time is fake. Yes, it is. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, Jesus. Chase, government has been fascist for a long time. I feel like here just likes to pretend it's not. I usually utilize Umberto Eco's 14 characteristics of fascism or eternal fascism for when I want a rubric to measure against something that may or may not be fascism. Hey, there it is. Yep. Bump. Right on time. Oof, that's a deep topic. I'm gonna add it to the list, whiskey, but that's like probably past the final version, or not final, but past 1.0 for the cheat sheet. But that's the fucking, you're hitting good points. Public utility and how access. Oh, yeah, Estrella. I'm still not over anarchists being funded by the CIA. That was a fucking evening, wasn't it? Jesus Christ, that was an evening. Let's see. My ex was a kind of public utility. Customer-owned industries such as utilities. All right. Give me 1 sec here. I just want to check something.
Of Disney. Sure. When you think about, because like WB was like,
oh Jesus, he's got Jackie on the line. I'm just checking a couple fucking streamers here and see what they're up to.
Depends what the one is using the ukulele.
Ah.
Shit, we got a raid from John Doe.
No. That person I will not. I was gonna fucking check them out, but no. It's such a silly event that occurred on your stream. The same people who tell me because I don't watch Chinese state-run media, I'm consuming CIA propaganda. Dude, it was fucking insane. That was an insane take. It really was. All right, we doing this. All right, motherfuckers. I need to go over to my dive bar. Like, I need to decompress a little. No, patents and IP wouldn't exist under anarchism outright. Tango. That just wouldn't be a thing. Yeah, IP. Chase, thanks for finding us, but too bad it's towards the end of the stream. My schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, U.S. times, and Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. But I have started taking days off here and there. No, we live in an authoritarian state. We live in a totalitarian authoritarian state. Chase, 100%. This is the definition of authoritarianism. I take the weekends off. We are your dive bar. I take the weekends off for, to rest my voice and to, recharge my sanity levels, Chase. But, I'm on the whole week, basically. So stop by again some other time. I'm glad to, happy to have those chats with you. Y'all know the deal, kaisthings.com, kaisthings.com. All of my stuff is there. The replays will be there, all of that sort of thing. Why the fuck are only 37 of you? I'm like, keep that number going up. I'm not going to raid Curio unless there's like 40 plus people. Come on. Get in on the raid. What is going on there? There are some people lurking. Get ready for the raid. Oh, well, I don't drink beer, Swede, but I will gladly, I look forward to that. I will happily, entertain. All right. Fucking, let's raid out. I'll catch you guys later.